Hello ladies and gentle ladies, welcome back to another stream. Gonna be doing some more Industria again today. I know it's a bit of a weird time today. I originally planned for 5, but I forgot to have dinner, so now it's at 5:30. But yeah. So we're just going to be doing the usual today. I did forget actually do the announcement. Let's do that real quick. Right, that's done. Okay, perfect. Hopefully the music is all going to be okay too. We shouldn't have ads today because I do actually have ad blocker on this time. I put it in Edge instead, so we should have ad blocker in theory. So yeah, let's go ahead and basically just get started. I don't really have anything to say about what I've done since last time. The main thing I've done really is added some text we'll go through later. And I've kind of cleaned up some things, but for the most part, it's going to be pretty much exactly the same as the last stream. But yes, hello everyone. Hello 7410, hello Potato War, and hello Alex. Welcome to the stream. So what we're going to be doing today, well actually I don't really know what we're going to be doing today other than trying to finish off the electrolyzer. So I think last time we added a recipe class. But you should see, if IntelliJ wants to show me, you should see that this class is not used anywhere. But yeah, it's going to show you that it's only used inside of this class. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to actually do the usual recipe builder. So we'll do that first, and then we'll move on to getting the recipes to actually do something, and then we'll get on to the model and stuff. So that's going to be a bit of a pain in the butt. So Electrolyser recipe builder. Oops. Go. And this is just going to have some fields, basically. So we're not going to implement any like I used to do. Like this one. I should really change these to not be a crafting recipe JSON builder, since that's not what they are. But I just haven't got to that, so yeah, basically we're just going to copy this though. So I'm going to put this recipe class on my other monitor, and then basically I'm going to create a field for everything that's in there. So I will have a private final Industria ingredient, which is going to be the input. Have a private final Industria ingredient, which is going to be the anode. In fact, we can make this a single thing, can't we? So we can do input, anode, and cathode. And then we're also going to have the electrolyte item. Then in terms of fluids, we're going to have a fluid stack, electrolyte fluid, and output fluid. And then we're going to have a private final gas stack, which is going to be the output gas. And then we're just going to have process time, energy cost, and temperature. We'll create our constructor. There we go. And then basically all we need to do is create a public void offer2, and I'm gonna have to actually look something like this, or maybe clarify. I'll move this also to my other monitor. So offer2 will just take in the recipe exporter, and it's also going to take in a registry key of recipe key. And then we're just going to do that. Perfect. Copilot kind of figured that out for me, so that saves us a lot of time there. And then we'll come into our recipe data gen, and we'll just create a new method for that. Hopefully Copilot knows. It does not. It would help if it did, but it doesn't. So we just want offer electrolyzer recipe, and maybe it can now know this category is not used. Yeah, I don't know why that's there. That needs to go. Okay, if I do that, is that going to know? Anode, cathode, electrolyte fluid, output gas. Wait, it's missing. Okay, it's pretty much correct, but it is missing. Am I crazy? It's missing the output fluid. Not sure how that happened, but yes. So we're going to want fluid stack electrolyte fluid, and then we're also going to want, and actually, you know what it's also missing? The electrolyte item. I don't know how it's messed that up so bad. That's kind of interesting. In that case, what I will do, I will just do this. Like that. And then hopefully No, that's not going to work because it's looking at the method body. But if I remove these again, because the amount of time I'm spending trying to get this to work with Copilot, I could have just wrote it myself. But here we are. This is indeed the way that it tends to go. So what's that done? Electrolyser underscore, and then get recipe name for the output fluid. So I don't think that's a thing. I'm correct in saying that's not a thing. Let's get rid of this now. So we are going to actually need to create our own get recipe name. The get recipe name is a pretty simple method. So all it actually does is this. So it just gets the ID. Pretty simple. I don't see a problem with that. So let's go private static string get recipe name, which is going to take in a fluid. And that's not correct. It's registries dot fluid dot isn't it get ID? Yes. Fluid dot get path. I think that's it. Am I correct? Yes, that's correct. That's all it needs to be. So then all I need to do here is that, and then output fluid dot variant dot get fluid. Okay. That should be fine. And we need to obviously add a thing in here. So is it going to know what is the correct thing? Let's have a look. So kind of, not really, but kind of. Yeah, not quite. So this needs to not be there. Gas stack, does that not have a... Oh yeah, what the hell is this? A new gas stack of gas stack.of? How in goodness gracious has it come up with that? Okay, yeah, that's not correct. So the amount also is not a float, correct? Not a float. I don't know why it's trying to do that. Okay, so the output will be probably like a I don't know. But the actual gas is going to be, I think, if I do gas API, I believe I have carbon dioxide. I do not. Okay. In that case, I think I have it in gas in it because I'm sure I registered it somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Fantastic. Why is this complaining? Because this needs to be... Okay, I see what it was trying to do. But yeah, it needs to be a gas variant of like that. Fantastic. It might be worth... I was going to say it might be worth having a secondary constructor that just takes in a gas, but it's a record, so I don't think you can do that. Can you do that? Actually, not sure. Let's see. I'm actually not sure if you can do this. What am I doing? Yes. Cannot type. You can do that. Yes, that makes sense. I just never assumed that you would be able to do that. So that actually just means that I can get rid of this, which is nice. So it has gone a little bit haywire here though. So we have input, anode, cathode. So input is alumina. That's correct. And then anode, it's put as cryolite, which is not correct. So let's see if I can go to my good old notes. I think, if I'm correct, the anode is the carbon rod, I think. Wait, I will not check that, actually. I will check. Because I've completely forgotten. It's been a while. Actually, I know what I'll do. I do have it written down somewhere. I thought I did. So the anode. Okay, the anode, that's what I thought. So the anode is the carbon. That's what I thought. So this needs to be carbon rod. And then the cathode, I don't really know what I'm going to do with the cathode. Because the cathode is basically like a lining around the entire thing. So for now, I'm just going to use coal. Not that that makes too much sense, but we'll kind of stick with that. Okay, what else has it done here? So let's make these a little more readable. What's it done with the fluids as well? Because I think the fluids are wrong. So we have electrolyte item, and then we have the electrolyte fluid. So that's obviously not correct. So this needs to be molten cryo, which I don't have yet, but we'll come back to that. This is trying to do 2 buckets worth. I don't really know how much we're going to actually have as like inputs and outputs. So for now, I'm just going to leave it as a bucket. And then the next one is the actual output, correct? Output fluid, yes. So that is going to be molten aluminium, which it's done. And it's once again said 2 buckets. So if we're inputting 1 alumina, that doesn't really make sense. Let's make it so you input 8 alumina. And then we will output. This is where ratios are going to be an interesting thing. I did figure out what the ratios were for everything, but I've forgotten what they were. So I think it needs to output 2 might be correct, actually. Because we can assume that a bucket goes into a block, right? So a bucket's worth is about a block's worth. So if it's 2 buckets, that's 2 blocks. So that's 18. That would be 8 to 18. That's a horrible thing. No, that's not gonna work. Maybe we should make this 4. It still won't work though, so we could make this. Yeah, making this any kind of round number actually just isn't gonna. So if we want 18, we could do 3, or we could do 9. But that would only be a 1 to 2 ideal. 3 would be 6 actually. That'd be a 1 to 3. This is what, a 1 to 4. I think this is fine actually, but I can change it later. These kind of ratio things can all be changed later on. That'll be trivial. Okay, let's register this as well. So I think this can just be a normal item, but it does need to have durability. So I can use this method. Register carbon rod, and then we can take in the settings and then just do settings. I honestly don't remember how you do durability. Is it the max damage? God, it's been a very long time since I've done. I think it's the max damage. As for like how much, probably about 50 operations, I guess. I'm not sure. Oh, never mind. This doesn't do what I thought it did. I thought this was just the settings, but that's not the settings. Okay. Also, why is that there? That really needs to be down here, because otherwise that's very confusing. Because we never want to use this constructor. Or this method, I mean. I don't know why. Yeah, so this is not gonna... But how is this working? Alright, because that just calls that constructor. I see. I really want... What I want is this. But I don't really want this. I mean, I guess I could do actually... This is a bit jank, but I can do item kind on new and then do that. Which is weird. What I might do is I'll do a public static item. And I'll say register with settings, string name, and then it's just going to take in... Oh, how did I... Okay. And then it's just going to take this in. Nice. You can do settings, new item. No. No. Well, yes, I could. But... Can you? I guess you could, yes. That would work, but that's kind of jank and I don't like that. I'm just going to use register with setting and then I can get rid of that. Because I think that just makes more sense. Okay. Fantastic. So that will be that. Nice, so that's fixed. Okay, then we have cryolite, and then we need to create molten cryolite as well. So I did actually create a molten thing between now and the last. Why should it take a function of the settings and not the settings themselves? That is because you have to apply the registry key, which is the most jank thing ever. I mean, actually, now that I think about it, you could just do this, couldn't you? Can you do this? Because then I think you can just do... Actually, you might be right. I could just do this. But then I do have to do a new item.setting. I'm not sure if that's much better. Like, is that really any better though? Not really. I mean, actually, it's pretty much exactly the same. now that I look at it, I think I'd prefer to not have to create the settings myself, which is why I had it as that. I think that's fine. Can I, by the way, do this? No, I didn't think so, because it's the same as this one. Yeah. Okay. Sure, generics moment. So yes, as I was saying, I did create a molten thing. It's literally just a fluid, like a normal fluid, but it does the lava stuff, so it makes fire and stuff. That's literally all it is. So definitely not molten sodium. Molten cryolite. There you go. And then I don't think I have to do anything else. Actually, yes, I do. I have to do this. Oh, actually, I technically don't have to do this, but I should do this. Sure, we'll do this. Fine. And then do that. Come on. Come on. Thank you. Okay. So that's that. This is fine. This should all be fine. Okay, we do now need to do some data gen though, so we actually need to put those in the data gen. So what we need to do is, what did we add? We added carbon rods and we added molten cryolite. So add item init dot carbon rod, and the cryolite, which I can do by copying fluid init dot molten cryolite, and then hopefully nice. Fantastic. I think I also need to do the model, I think. Yes, because I need to do the bucket. This is molten cryolite bucket. Boom. And then I don't need to do anything up here, I don't think. Oh, I do. I need to... Interesting. Didn't realize I needed to do that. Register simple state. Fluid in it. I haven't done that actually for the molten aluminium either. But there you go. Okay, fantastic. So now I can just use that in here, which I've already done. Yeah. So one cryolite shouldn't go to a bucket though. So this here is kind of going to be more of like a conversion part of the recipe rather than like a input part. So I should really do 9 cryolite to a bucket. I think that makes sense. Okay, fantastic. Process time 2000. How long is... That is about 1.5 minutes, I think. Oh, okay. Spotify is lagging. Lovely. So carbon dioxide, yeah, that should be about fine. I mean, ideally it would also output carbon monoxide. We'll skip that part because we don't care about. Why has it done this? Copilot. I told you I didn't want that. Okay. I'm gonna do that. That. Oh god. A little bit. Actually like that as well. That's fine. When do you think you're going to release as an open beta or alpha? I don't know. Probably not anytime soon. Because the thing is, it's not really anywhere near that. Like, okay, well, actually, we're going to run the game now. So, I'll show you why. You'll see exactly. Oh, I forgot to run data gen. We do need to do that. I'll run that now. It doesn't really matter. How Monday to there we go. So how many files did that make? Only 5? Is that right? That doesn't sound right, but okay. Sure. Go back to build. Also, I've noticed IntelliJ decides now to build every time. Every time I make a save, it just builds the project. It's very annoying. I don't know why it does that. Anyways, I think you can see why not. Because like things just don't have texture. And if I go into the creative menu, like, yeah. And the thing is, you can't, well, there's also no recipes for any of this. Like, you can't make a digester, and you can't make... Okay. Mixer's broken. You know, you can't actually make the machine. Why is it doing this? Index 1 out of bounds for length. Interesting. Interesting. I did want to mention though, I've added some textures. Look at these guys. So we have aluminum hydroxide, or aluminium, however you want to say it. We have alumina, we have cryolite, we have sodium carbonate, we have red mud, and then these are the 3 we had before. So that's nice. Why did this happen? So I'm not sure how to fix this, to be honest, but we'll have a look. I thought I fixed all of these errors because I did break some of these screens and then I realized that I did them all. How am I getting an index 1 out of bounds for length 1? What? Can I try and open it again? No, it just doesn't like it. Can I open all the rest? I can open that one. I can open that one. I can open that one. This one doesn't have a GUI. I can open that one. And I can open that one. But this one doesn't matter actually, because I haven't changed this one. I can open that one. So is this on the render thread? Or yes, it is. That's interesting. So if it's on the render thread, then what's probably happening is, find it. I think I lost it. I'm looking for the method that opens the screen. Forgot how massive this class is. Have I gone past it again? I must have. I didn't see it. Ah, here it is. So it's passing in the wrapped inventory storage. That should be fine. Put inventory column plus row times 3. That should be fine. Get inventory 1, get inventory 2, get inventory 3. But it's index 1 outbound. So that doesn't really make sense. Got a size of 9. So it's happening here. It's happening in on-slot click. I'm not clicking a slot. What? Very weird. Set stack. Okay, this is not set stack. This is add stack. So... Okay, so yeah, it's not happening in onslaught click, it's diverge. So it's actually happening here. Yeah. So get slot I, set stack no callback. But this is happening because it's sending a packet. Okay, I don't know why sources are not working. That so that's probably this lamp. Because then it calls packet.p. But I'm more curious why it's doing this. But I don't know why I'm looking at it, because I'm actually not going to find anything looking at that. So this references the mixer, this references the mixer. I'm wondering if somewhere it's referencing the wrong thing. That could be why, if it is doing that. Or the issue actually could be in here. It adds 1, 2, 3, 4. But if we count the slots, so that's 6, 7, 8, 9. I am very confused. Because the thing is, it checks the size of the inventory here. I'm guessing this is fine. So where was it? The mix. So if I go into this, obviously get inventory size is going to return 9. So I know that's fine. And if we check the size, it doesn't throw an exception. Fine. I mean, we can even see here. Wrapped inventory storage. Oh. Wait. This must be why. I think it's trying to open it and then grab the player inventory. If I do this... See, it's building, and I didn't tell it to build because I don't want it to. But whatever. I'm gonna actually swap. Oh, it also does this. I cannot move my mouse right now. Like I genuinely I cannot move my mouse. And you can see it's trying to move it, but it just doesn't move. So I have to just tab it, which is. No, alt tabbing doesn't fix it. I tried that too. Huh, I really thought that would work. How weird. Okay, I want to know on the client what it says is how many slots it says. Also, this is weird. It called it on the server there, and then it's called it on the server again. I don't know why it's doing that. But whatever. So client, here we are. So if we go into there, stop, please. Thank you. This doesn't do anything. Right? Like, I don't think I actually have any implementation. Oh, no. Yeah, those are all just vanilla implementation. We don't need to worry about. But I can see from this, there's 4 inventory. Actually, let me look at the size of them. Yeah, so size of 6, size of 1, size of 1. Weird. But look, it's called it again. It's trying to call it twice, and I don't know why it's doing that. It's called it again. That's 3 times now. They called it 3 times on the client and twice on the server. That's very weird. Yeah, look, if I alt tab, right, and then I go back in, it still locked my mouse. So I have to tab through. Okay, this is not what I intended to be doing today because I thought I fixed this before the stream. Now I'm a little bit lost. What if I go into add? So this is inventory 0. See, this isn't going to be the problem though. I'm beyond confused, you know. I'm not sure we're going to be able to fix this. At least not right. Because I can't see a problem. So index 1 for array of size 1, but what array is it? I think it's the slots array. But that doesn't make sense. Like, set stat. So simple inventory to set stat. Find that for me. Yeah, this like held stack. So it calls set of 1. And it's basically saying that there's only 1. I think I know what it is, actually. I think so it's adding this one first. I think I know what's happening. So the way I make this work currently is in here. I basically copy the wrapped inventories. But the way I do that is by going over the sided inventories. Now, the sided inventories is a map. And so it's not ordered. So what it's probably doing is it's adding them out of order. But that's not going to work because in here, I get the one at index 0. And then for index 0, I go through each of these slots. Which would be fine if it was here, because you see this is added at 0. but because it's a map, this might not be the first one. So this is not gonna work. I can't do this. It needs to add it in the same order they existed in. As for how to do that, I don't know. Possibly making this a list of pairs, I guess? Which seems jank, but I think it's probably the only way to make this ordered. I mean, I could use like a tree map or like a sorted map, but that's not really going to help solve the problem. Whereas a list of pairs, that should work. Because then I can just change this to a new pair of left and right. See, look, it's building. It's building. I don't want it building because it's not going to work. So annoying. Anyways. New pair. Never used tree maps. What did it... Basically, they're just a sorted map. At least from my understanding. I think that's what it says on the thing. And actually, the description is probably going to be a lot more complicated. Because it probably is more complicated than that. Okay, stop. Oh my god. Stop compiling. How do I stop this? I'm fed up with it. It's so annoying. How am I even going to find this? Tyler? Yeah, I have build project automatically turned off. Debugger, maybe? Hot swap. Build project before loading reloading. You can turn that off? That's kind of cool. Actions on save. Maybe it's in here. Aha! Aha! I found you. File, Java file. Don't want it to do that. Okay. Tree map. Yeah, it's just a navigable. That word does not sound correct. Navigable. Why does that not sound correct? I'm probably just being an idiot. It is, yeah, basically just a sorted map. But I think it is more complex. I assume. No, maybe it's not. Navigable. I think it's a word, I'm just not saying it correctly. That is how you say it, apparently. Navigable. You can't hear that. That's on my desktop audio, but navigable. Anyways, yes, I'm getting distracted. Oh my god. The errors. Let's fix the errors, okay? So we're gonna do that, and then we're just gonna make this a pair. And that's a Minecraft pair. And then I just need to do get left. Wait, what? No, get right. And then this is get left. Okay. Now I want to build, because now I want to know if I have errors. I didn't want to know before. Okay, build successful. Good. Let's try again. I think it's going to work this time. I think that was the problem. I'm fairly confident that was the problem. Like 75% confident. Let's load it up. Yay! That was the problem. I'm so smart. Okay. I actually wasn't as confident as I said I was, but we ignore that because it did actually work. So I'll take that as a win. Okay, fantastic. So, what was I saying? Yes, the reason I'm not intending on releasing it as an alpha or beta anytime soon is because, yeah, things don't have textures and I am not skilled enough to texture these. So, for the foreseeable future, these will not have texture. But someday I will probably come back and texture them. But it's going to take a long time for some of these. Like this. And realistically, this just needs a remodel first, but this is going to be a pain to texture because it's massive. This is going to be a massive pain to retexture. Currently it's invisible, but we just ignore that. Oh, why are there two? Oh, oops. There you go. Now there's only one. This is going to be a massive pain to retexture because it's friggin' massive. I mean, something like the wind turbine wouldn't probably be that bad to retexture because it's not massive. But yeah, everything else, it's going to be a lot of work. And you can see in here, like, I'd say about half doesn't have textures. Probably. I mean, some of that, to be fair, is because, like, for example, zinc, like all of these, they're gonna have textures when I get around to them. And then tin is gonna be the same. That's gonna have textures when I get around to actually doing that. I just haven't got around to that yet, so yeah. One of the ingots uses the pre 1.14 shape. It does? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. What do you mean? Which one? I don't think they do. I think you're crazy. Does it? I see it's slightly different. Wait, let me do this. No, I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure that's exactly the same. Because I remember using an iron ingot as the basis for the steel ingot. Also, iron ingot looks terrible, might I say. Oh yeah, I forgot it doesn't have like fog or anything. But like, I look at that and then I look at mine and I realize that the iron ingot has no texturing whatsoever. But yeah, I think you're crazy. I'll be honest. Like, these are exactly the same. Yeah, they're definitely exactly the same. Anyways, you're distracting me again, guys. Come on. You know I get distracted easily. Okay, so what are we doing today? Let's finally actually do something that we're meant to. Oh my god, how did I do that? I did not mean to do that. Am I going to be able to place this back down in the right place? No, because now I've apparently just broken everything. How have I... Okay. It's probably the way I'm facing, isn't it? So there is an issue with the multi-blocks, where if you're not facing the right direction... Nope, apparently... Okay. They just need a block update. I can probably fix that relatively easily, but we're not doing that today, so don't worry. we don't have to do pipes again, guys. Oh my god. What are we doing today? Well, today we are meant to be working on this guy. There's going to be a lot of work today. Which is why I started early, because we're probably doing streaming for about 6 hours today. Is the plan. We're doing streaming, well, either till 10 or 11. I'm not sure. So almost, not actually, like five and a half. Is the plan. Because I just want to get it done today, hopefully, and I think that's probably just about long enough. I'm joking. It's not going to take that long. Or at least I really hope it's not going to take that long, because that's ridiculously long. So I think let's just kind of get started. I don't know why I'm moving that. I don't want to move that. What I want to do, I want to grab something I can use as a reference, and I think the best thing to use as a reference, as weird as it sounds, probably the Crystallizer, because it takes in a lot of fluids and outputs a lot of different things. It's just going to be the best thing to look at. I'm just going to plonk that on my other monitor. Okay, so we're going to need quite a few things here. So most importantly, we're going to want a private int progress, and also obviously a private int max progress. We can actually make those like that. Okay. The next thing we're going to want is going to be a private registry key for recipe, and that's going to be the current recipe ID. So whatever current recipe is processing, right? We do not want. I mean, we could have that, but we don't really. Then we have a look. What else do we want? Well, we are probably... I'm just looking at what the Crystallizer uses. The Crystallizer has kind of a lot of output thing. So in terms of outputs, if we have a look at the recipe again. So the outputs are going to be basically these two. So it's going to be an output fluid and an output gas. Now we probably do want to store leftovers. So I will do a private fluid stack, which will be the output fluid stack, or I'll call it a leftover output fluid. And then we're also going to write a private gas stack leftover output gas. Like so. Oh yes, I did add a gas storage. I don't remember if I did that in the last stream or if I've done that between streams. I'm not sure, but I have added that for anyone curious. And I've also added a heat storage, but we're going to go into the heat storage later, 'cause that's going to be a whole thing to look through. And it's very scary. We'll come back to it. Then we probably want to just... Oh, right. We probably want to put these in MBT. I think we'll do that first. Where's MBT? Here's MBT. So we're going to put the progress and we're going to put the max progress, and then we're going to put the recipe ID. The recipe ID, I'm just going to copy paste that. And then we're going to put the, and the only difference is this needs to have registries. Why is this complaining? Do I not have a way to put a fluid stack in MBT? Apparently not. Interesting. I might have to use the codec for that. I don't really want to use the codec for that though. But I'm going to have a look at what the mix I use. It might be the codec. Yeah, you can see it uses the codec for the slurry, so it's almost certainly going to be using the codec for the fluid. Not too big of a deal, but here we are. So we'll do codec and then this basically. So codec encode start. That's not happy with that. What I need to have a look again at what the mix. Codec.encode start. Why does it not like that? Oh, because the codec is a map codec. Interesting. Interesting. Is the slurry stack not a map codec? Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm missing the codec map. Hello, Wide. It's not a surprise stream. You literally commented on the stream 3 days ago. It's not a surprise stream, Wide. Get off, bro. What is a codec? Basically, well, codecs are very complicated, but in simple terms, it's a way to turn a Java object, right? So in this case, a fluid stack, into something else. So in this case, I'm turning it into MBT. You might also use, for example, JSON ops.instance, which would turn it into JSON. Or there's something else, which I'm forgetting. Yeah, so you have Java ops, JSON ops, MBT ops, null ops. I don't know what that does. And you have registry and forwarding dynamic ops. I have no idea what that. Basically, you'd only ever use JSON ops, but there's others, I guess. So basically, it just turns a fluid stack into MBT, which is pretty cool. And it does that using this. So it knows here, for example, that it has a long for the amount. So it will put a long into the MBT. And then it has, for example, a fluid variant, which it knows is going to be an object. Like, it's not that complicated, but like in terms of if you go into it too far, it gets very complicated. Like if you try and look at, for example, what group does, right? You look into this, you instantly are just gonna lose it. Like, what the actual fuck is this, right? You can see it gets messy. Very, very messy. You never want to try and go into these classes. Avoid looking into the actual code of how these work, because it will not end well. But yeah, basically that's what it does. It just is internally very common. What am I missing? Is that everything that I need to save? I think so. I need to then read it though, don't I? 1, 2, and right. Whoa, no. That's not right. This is why you can't trust Copilot. It won't work half the time. I want that. This is not correct. It's actually, well, it's not too far off, but it's also not. So I just do decode met_ups.instance met.getCompound, and then I map it, and then I result, not result, get author. There we go. Else it's fluid stack.empty. Sure, that's fine. Whatever. And then this is basically the exact same. Okay. Codex on Minecraft New Wave series. Yeah, basically. Yeah. That is a much simpler explanation. Originally, you just had to do it manually. So you'd create a new JSON, a new MET compound, and then you put in your stuff and whatever. But yeah, which is actually what I do in here, and I should be using a codec for this, but I'm not because I'm lazy, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, like, this should really use it. And it wouldn't be a complicated, but I'd rather not. Okay. So now the easy part is done. We have the hard part to do. So first things first. Let's do the leftover stuff. So what we need to do, where are we? In here. So if the leftover output fluid is not empty, then we're going to try and insert it, basically. That's the plan. I'm actually going to create a method to do this. Process output. And I'm actually going to... This is going to return a boolean, which is a little bit complicated. I'm not sure I want to return a boolean. Or maybe I should rename the method. Because I need to say whether it has outputs left. You know, I'm just going to leave it void, and then I'll create a method to do that. So I'll create a private boolean as leftovers. And then that will return this is not empty or this is not empty. Okay. That'll be fine. So then what we can do in here is basically process outputs, and then if has leftovers, we're just going to return. Okay. So in process outputs, I don't know why this is erroring. Is IntelliJ being weird again? I think IntelliJ again. Might have to restart in a second. Yeah, so basically we're going to do the gas first. So we'll get a single... No, we'll do the fluid first, I mean. Yeah, we need to restart because it's dead. I don't know if that's possibly RAM moment. I realize it's not being garbage collected. It's still not being garbage collected? Is that why it's dying? Nope, it is now been garbage collected. Interesting. I don't know why it's doing this, but we are going to have to... Because we need some intelligence. Classic IntelliJ moment. Second. Still not back? There we go. So we're going to get the fluid storage. I don't know why it did that. I want to just use the method I created for that. So we're going to get the storage. I'm kind of for the most part, just going to copy this. So it will become nice and so if... Oh god. If output fluid storage.can insert, that's not a method I have. Interesting. So it looks like I haven't actually created the... I like how other IDs are based on IntelliJ, but I've only had an IntelliJ break. Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I have had WebStorm break a lot. Not in the same way, it breaks in a different way, but I don't know. It's an update that's happened recently. I found that both IntelliJ and WebStorm just like die sometimes. Like they just decide, hey, I'd give up. So you have to restart. Really annoying, and I don't know why either of them do it. I mean, I don't use any others really. I mean, I have Rider, I have Sea Lion, I have High Charm, I have PHP Storm, I have... Do I have Data Grip? Maybe. Do I have Data Grip? I do not have Data Grip. Do I have Rust Rover? No. But I have some other ones. But I don't use. So I don't know if those break too. Probably. Will Railroad be this buggy? Hopefully not wide, but that's a long time in the future, so I'm not too worried about that. So I'm going to do this in sinking fluids. Yeah, so if I just make this a sink fluid storage, and then I can say if it can insert, and it's going to check if it can insert. Oh, where am I? I'm on my other one. Oops. There's a dot leftover fluid. Then we're just going to try and do that. So I see. I'm trying to see why I've done it like I have on the other one. I have actually just found a bug. which I can fix real quick. It's a very simple fix, but okay, and then we can do that here too. So long inserted is equal math.min between the output fluid storage dot capacity negative the amount. So basically how much is left over, and the stack size. So this dot leftover dot amount. So that'll just get the minimum between how much is left over in, or how much space is free in the tank, and then also the size of the stack. And then using the minimum, we just want to do output fluid storage dot amount plus equals inserted. And actually that needs to be the other way around, so I also need to do output fluid storage dot variant, not dot var, is equal the fluid variant. Otherwise, for example, if the fluid storage was empty, right, then when it tries to add to it, it's just going to add air. So we just need to set the variant to be the same variant that we're trying to put in. For anyone curious, the reason we can't use a transaction for this, so if I do transaction is equal transaction.open outer, you would think I can use a transaction for this, but I can't, because insert, does it want to bring me to the insert method? There we go. Insert will check if it can insert. And for me, since this is a, where is it? Since it's an output fluid storage, you can see that can insert is basically false. You can see this dot can insert test, and can insert is set to false. So yeah, I can't do a transaction because that would just never work. But this is fine because it's an internal thing anyways, and transactions are meant for transactions between blocks, not in yourself. So it's fine. So leftover fluid is just going to equal to a new thing. I can do with amount and then amount negative inserted. And I think this will automatically handle, yeah, so this automatically handles empty. Okay, and then all we need to do is update, and then we just need to do the same thing for gases. So syncing gas storage, output gas storage, and yeah, this is going to be exactly the same. So that's fine. Okay, so process outputs, if it has leftover, then it's just going to return. Okay, the next thing to do is to actually try and find the recipe, which would be helpful. So things are going to get a little bit complicated here. Okay, so first of all, if this .current recipe ID is equal null, if it doesn't have a recipe, then we're going to try and get the recipe that matches this. Hello, Aleatorio, person who deletes all their messages. Welcome to the stream. So let's grab an optional of a recipe entry of a electrolyzer recipe. which is going to be the recipe entry is equal get current recipe. And this is just going to take in a recipe input. So let's create that. An electrolyzer, the input, recipe. But you can delete messages. Yes, you can delete messages for some reason. Kind of useless because, as you can see, it still stays on screen. It probably shouldn't, if we're being honest. But it does. Anyways, we need a new electrolyzer recipe input. And kind of. We want get input inventory. Get anode inventory. Get cathode inventory, and then I think it's just get electrolyte. And then get electrolyte fluid storage. Well, okay, we are going to make these variables though, because we're probably going to reuse these later on. So I am going to create this as a variable. I'm going to create this as a variable. Create this as a variable. And this. And this. Because then I can just pass in recipe input. Perfect. Should I have this bracket here or here? Not sure how I feel about that. I don't know. I will leave it there. Sure. I kind of hate that. I'm gonna put it here. Okay, so let's create our get current recipe method. We're gonna want a private optional recipe entry of a electrolyzer recipe. Get current recipe, which is going to take in an electrolyzer recipe input. And then this just needs to do a world check. So if this dot world is equal null, or this or not, this dot world instance of a server world, because we need to be on the so return optional dot empty. New brackets. Hello Basti, welcome to the stream. Today we are working on the electrolyzer. That is the plan. You can do that? Oh, this takes in a world. Why does this take in a world? That's so weird. Okay, sure. Whatever. So where are we? We're here. I'm not doing any fun. What do you mean wide? I have many GUIs in mod. Like, what do you consider a fun GUI? Okay, so we'll check if the recipe is present. So if there's a recipe, set the recipe ID, and then we'll set the max progress. Progress is equal 0, update. And then this just returns here. Boring machine GUI. I mean, I don't know, maybe. And GUI reaching. No, we're not gonna have that. Right. That would be quite interesting. I imagine that wouldn't be too hard, right? I'm just trying to think how you would even... I guess you would just have to create some kind of OpenGL context inside of Minecraft, and then... I mean, you could probably do that. Anyways, right, so it does that. Why does it do that? I'm a little bit confused why I even do that. Oh, I see, because it, for example, the recipe... The problem with converting everything into codecs is that Fabric doesn't have codecs. What do you mean? Fabric has codecs for... I mean, what does Fabric need codecs for? Like, Fabric doesn't add anything that needs a codec. Okay, I'm just going to copy paste this part because that's going to be identical. Fabric API single fluid. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, that could probably do with having a codec. But that's because the reason it doesn't do that is because it's just a long. Like, that's it. And, like, you're never going to construct a single fluid storage from MBT either. Like, oh no, actually, never mind, it's not just a... It is also a fluid variant. But... Yeah, but I don't know why they don't have a code, to be fair. Like, they really should. There's no reason not to. I don't know. It is what it is, and it's not really that big of a deal. Like, it's not necessary to use codecs or anything. So... Okay. So, we're going to get the recipe. Then we're going to check if this dot progress is greater than or equal to this dot max progress. Now, there is one thing we do need to do. And that is we need to actually convert yeah, so we need to convert the electrolyte. If it's an item, we need to convert it into a fluid. So actually, we don't want to do this check yet. Instead, how are we going to do this? If we do recipe electrolyzer item. Shush. I did not speak to you, Alexa. If electrolyte item, test for recipe, input inventory, get stacked 0. So basically, if the item in our input inventory, or in the... It actually needs to be the electrolyte inventory. If it matches... Has IntelliJ died again? It has. Oh my god, it won't tell me. Wait, maybe it hasn't. Maybe it's just being weird. Is it being weird or is it dying? The fact that you can't tell is kind of crazy. I think it's just being weird, actually. We might be fine. Yeah, I think it thought I said Electrolyte. I don't know, it didn't trigger when I said it there. Weird. Oh, you know, do you guys want, here you go. We haven't had a rubber ducky in a while. So we'll bring the rubber ducky back. Anyways, if the electrolyte item, is this the right? Wait, no, it does need another bracket. I thought I was going crazy. It does need another. Okay. So if it matches, then we need to try and convert it into the fluid. So let's do recipe.get recipe.electrolyte fluid. We need to know basically if we actually have enough. So if recipe.electrolyte fluid.test for recipe. No, we don't want to know if we have enough. That's Paolo. So we're calling this one Paolo, are we? How do you know this isn't Squilliam B? Could be Squilliam B. Anyways, test for recipe. Okay, I actually do know which one is Squilliam B. Which is kind of funny. So yeah, we need to check if we have space for it, basically. And if we are, we're just gonna insert it. This is actually gonna be very complicated. Have you watched the MC movie yet? I have not, and I do not intend to until it comes out on streaming services. Because I am not going into the cinema with a bunch of kids and watching. So yeah, I will wait until it's out on streaming. Are you gonna watch it on Thursday? No, why would I watch it on Thursday? Why? Because I'm not going to the cinema to watch it. I'm not going to the cinema and sitting with a bunch of kids. Like, it's just not happening. So, no. I refuse. Okay, so if the item matches, we really need to know if we have enough space for the fluid. So if I do recipe.electrolyte fluid.bar, which I already did and I removed it. I don't know why I removed it. Anyways. So we're going to grab the fluid. Then we need to know if we have enough space to convert this into this. So that's what we need. We need to actually know. Oh god. I am yawning so much today. Not good. We need to know. It's actually quite complicated. So if we can insert this fluid stack basically. So we need to know if electrolyte fluid storage can insert the fluid stack. Okay, and we're actually going to need another set of progresses. So we're going to want a private int electrolyte convert conversion progress, and then max electrolyte con conversion. Did I really do that? Okay. So, where are we? I'm lost again. Hello, Ilya. Welcome to the stream. But we need to know if we can insert this stack. Now, if we can insert it, let's actually do a thing here. Yeah, then what we want to do is we want to do this dot conversion progress plus plus, and this dot max electrolyte conversion progress. We'll say 100. So it'll be between 0 and 100. Right. Else, we're just going to reset the. So this dot electrolyte conversion progress is equal 0. This dot max electrolyte conversion progress is. Okay. Then what we're going to do is so let's do it here. If this dot electrolyte conversion progress is greater than or equal to this dot max electrolyte conversion progress, then we know that it's finished converting, and what it should do is it should say electrolyte fluid storage dot amount, or we'll say the variant first, is going to be equal to fluid stack dot variant, and then electrolyte fluid storage dot amount plus equals fluid stack dot amount. Do you like peas? No, not like peas. I actually hate peas. They are disgusting. Well, yeah, I hate them. Yeah. I weirdly, well, yeah, do I hate them? Yeah, I do hate them. I was trying to think how much I hate them. Like, do I hate them more than, like, sweet corn? Or do I hate them less? I don't like sweet corn. I do hate most vegetables. Yeah. Like, the majority of vegetables. The only vegetable I will eat on its own would be carrots. That's it. The rest I will only eat if I am not aware that I'm eating. That's basically the way it works. Okay, then we want to do this really needs to go. Yeah. Well, no, it kind of doesn't need. Let's do this. What do you mean I'm acting like I'm free? I don't like them. What do you want me to say? I don't choose to not like them, Wade. Like, there's no choice involved. If I could choose to like them, then I would obviously like them, because then, you know, life is just so much simpler. But like, if I put peas in my mouth and I know, and it's like just peas and I know they're in my mouth, then I will just start gagging. Like, I cannot eat them. And that's before I've even tasted them. And I don't choose to do that, do I? You would eat a bowl of peas? That's weird. Weird, what do you mean? Like just peas? Like not even like I don't know what you would even have for peas, but like not a hater. But I am a hater, but I'm not a hater for no, well, it is for no reason. Well, the reason is that I don't know, my mouth does not like them. Simple. This is fun. Unpopular opinion, tomatoes alone are not good. I agree. I also, yeah, I don't like tomato. See, I am very bad with like, I find that I do not like any healthy. Well, I actually like fruits I'm fine with, but that's it. You love garlic alone? That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, that's actually crazy. I mean, to be fair, I've never tried it on its own, but I cannot assume that's good. Well, I mean, at least if you eat garlic on your own, at least everyone knows you're not a vampire, right? I mean, that's a good thing. There are some benefits to that. Okay, so if the progress is greater than or equal to max progress, so we actually only want to do this if we have fluid, right? So if um recipe dot electrolyte fluid dot test for recipe this what is it, electrolyte fluid storage. So if we don't have it, then we're just going to return get us out. So I don't like peanut butter. I also do, well, I don't think I like peanut butter because I don't like nuts. I don't like any nut. So therefore I've concluded that I probably don't like peanut butter, but I've also never tried it. So I do not know. What you like? Not much, to be honest. Like, yeah, not much. Like, the thing is, I'll eat things if it's not just on their own. But like things on their own, I generally do not like it. Like no matter what it is. Examples of what do you like? I like pizza. Pizza's good. Um, I like I can't think of anything. Like uh garlic bread's good. Um, I don't know, just like normal thing. But then you guys are probably gonna say that vegetables are normal. So I don't know. I like things that most people like. Most people do not. Do most people like vegetables? I don't know. Yeah, pizza and garlic bread's a good combination. Okay, I need to restart IntelliJ again because broken again. Nutella isn't good. There's a different brand of chocolate I like more. See, I don't know what Nutella is. Is Nutella... Does it have nuts in it? I assume by the name it does, right? Oh, yes, hazelnut. That's what I thought. Yeah, I probably don't like that then. Because I don't like nuts. Yo, nuts are the best. That's wild. I don't know why I don't like them. They just don't taste good. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, to be fair, I haven't had them in a long time, but I don't think I... Well, actually, I don't remember what they taste like, but I remember not liking them. What is this? Adult food... What? Why is it doing that? Kind of. Do you like fish? I... I don't hate fish, but I also don't eat fish, so I'm very mixed on. Like, I don't not like fish, but I don't like fish either. So that's why when I had to decide whether I wanted to eat them or not, I decided, doesn't really matter. But you live on the coast, how do you not have it every other day? Because even if I had fish, it's not like it's gonna be from where I live. Like, it's gonna be some mass-produced fish from, like, London or something. Right? Like, if I buy Tesco fish fingers, they're not gonna be coming from, you know, the beach next to me. They're gonna be coming from, like, Russia. Something. Like, it's not gonna... You know? That's how I like. This is not correct. So, yeah, I don't want to do that. I want to damage it. Amount, and then... What are the possible parameters? So damaging it, you have to pass in a player. Can the player be null? It looks like if there's no player, it doesn't do anything. If I do set damage, that's gonna not work, is it? Like, if I do set damage, anode inventory dot get stack 0 dot damage -1, I assume... Yeah, that's not... Why does it need a player, though? Can I just not give it a player? Like, the thing is, like, I need to damage it without a player. Yeah, but null's not going to work because you literally look at the damage method. It checks if it's an instance of a server player. If that's null, this is just going to be false and it's not going to do anything. It's because of this, I think. It's because of on durability chain, which decides that if it should break, yeah. But why doesn't it need the player? Oh, because of this. But this can be null, so the player can be null here. It can be null here. So why the hell does it need a player? What? That is the stupidest thing ever. What? Like, I have to pass in a player because it needs the player. I mean, what I could do... What about, like, this one? Aha, this one. I didn't see this one. But that requires an equipment slot. Uh... Why? Okay, so that actually has to be a slot, doesn't it? Yeah, because otherwise it throws a map. Hmm. Okay, what about this one? So this has a break callback though. Can I not just see what the other one does and then just pass? Oh. Wait, it doesn't actually do anything in the break call. On durability chain. Oh, so this actually does it for me. So actually I can just use damage and then I can pass in the worlds. Yeah, okay, this will work. So if I do 1, I can pass in this dot world. I can pass in null, and then I can just pass in an empty lambda. And I just have to cast this to server world. That's kind of stupid. Like, why? Why do I even have to pass this in, or pass this in? But whatever. Anyways. Cathode inventory doesn't actually do anything. Like, we're not going to damage that at all because it doesn't have durability. And then, does the electrolyte get consumed? I don't suppose Ilya is still here, is he? Because I need to know if the electrolyte gets consumed. It doesn't. Okay. Good to know. That actually does make things kind of more complicated, though. Because how would I take out... Hmm. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Maybe, I guess using buckets or something, or something like that. I'll figure that out in the future. Right, so I don't have to do anything with that then. But this is actually it. This is all I have to do. And then, obviously, most importantly, I have to do that and that. It's basically a solvent. So it just never disappears at all? That's kind of crazy. I would think that over time, like it would kind of go down, no? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm thinking I kind of want to start putting tick methods into like separate methods. Um, no, I won't do that yet. But I'm not making my tick builder. It's not happening because I'm not debugging that. Simple as that. I'm not doing it. What is the name of that theme? This theme is called IU Dark. It is a plugin tool. Plugin IU Dark, and I'm using this one at the top. There's also this one. I'm guessing they're probably the same. But I just used this first one that came up. It does have higher reviews, apparently. But anyways. So, basically that's it, I think. Unless I'm forgetting something, which is entirely possible. I think I am forgetting something. Not sure. One thing I do want to do, by the way, actually, never mind. I was going to say I don't want to make it a renderer, but since it's a multi-block, it is going to need to have a renderer, even if it's not going to visually do anything. But that's fine. So unless I'm forgetting something, as I say, this should work. So let's go ahead and test it. Now, I will want to do, actually, is add a gas switch, because I haven't done that. So I'm just going to copy fluid widget, and I'm going to rename it to gas widget. For the most part, it's going to be the same, just not quite the same. So it's going to take in a single gas storage. This is going to be the gas tank. And that one. Oh, that's now broken. It's still compiling it. Oh my god. I thought that fixed it. So this is the gas. Oops. This is the gas amount. This is the gas capacity. And this is the gas bar height. Okay, this needs to be a gas render handler. This will be a gas render handler registry. Here we go. This doesn't exist. What is this mod you're developing? I just dropped into your stream. This mod is called Industria, and it is a tech mod. So that's basically it. There isn't much else to say about it, I suppose. But yeah, it's just a it's a tech mod. Why is this not working? Gas render handler registry. Okay, it's being weird. Whatever. This is just get. Okay, now we're not going to draw a sprite at all. So this is actually needs to go. Instead, we're just going to fill. This doesn't need to exist. This doesn't need to exist. And then I think that's it. This can go, I think. This can go there. Your tooltip, so this is just going to be gas. Get gas. Gas. I'm just going to place these. Right. For the gas, a pressure would be more realistic than a level. Maybe you could change the opacity or color, make it darker. Indicate that it's a higher pressure. Maybe. But maybe. This isn't gonna work, by the way. I'm just trying to think how a gas is registered. Yeah, so that's just that. I don't have a way to get a translation. You really think, I guess I see what you mean, because, well, yeah, I kind of see what you mean, like, you're filling it up, but you are also filling it up to a capacity, right? It has a capacity, and it has an amount. So like fill it from the top down. Yeah, that makes sense too. I don't really know how I would do that, but we'll figure that out afterwards, actually, because that might be a little bit complicated, or at least not complicated, but it's just going to require rewriting some. Why is this complaining? Because yeah, that's not gas constants, that's fluid. It's kind of weird, but it's fine. Okay, actually, can we do that now? It's basically a matter of saying this dot y plus this dot height. So basically, this dot y plus gas par height, I think. Or no, it's actually just this dot y and then gas par height. Wait, is that right? Or is it this dot y plus? I'm trying to think, how does fill work? Does fill work, why can I not think how fill works? Does it go up or does it go down? I think it must start at the... Wait, I actually don't know. We'll try it. It might be a bit weird, but we'll try it. Let's just draw a tool. Okay, we'll try this. It might not work, but we'll try it. I do need to open... Oh, paint.net. I need to grab... open... Textures, GUI container... Electrolyser. Here we go. So I think I decided the gas was this one. So that's 172 and 30. Here. Add drawable new gas widget dot builder. This dot handler dot get block entity dot get output gas storage. And I think I'm an extra bracket there. I've already forgotten what those numbers were. 172 and 30. Okay, so this dot x plus 172 dot y plus 30, and then it is 20 by 80. And then posit supplier is the same. Build. Do we see if that works? We are going to want to draw the progress as well. Does this have a progress bar in here? It does. Okay, so we can do that, I think. So, I don't remember how the progress works. I think it's like this. No, wrong way around. It's like that. There is an extra thing there, yes. So I assume it's like that. So anyways, the left is going to be 89 and 44. So what I'll do is I'll do green utils dot draw texture context texture this dot x plus 89, this dot y plus 44. Then it's going to be the UV, right? So the UV is going to be 200, 0, and then it's the width and the height. So the width is going to be 24 and the height is 17. But it's not just going to be 24 because it's going to use the progress. So we're going to say int, or we'll say float progress is equal get progress. We'll actually do. Right, see, it'll blah, blah, blah. Okay, I messed that up. See, it'll. Why can I not say your name all of a sudden? That's weird. Ilya. I don't know why I'm failing to say your name all of a sudden. I apologize. I've never failed to say your name before. But today, apparently, my mouth is failing to say your name. That's good to know. Ilya. Ilya. There you go. I think it's because I'm trying to say Siya Ilya, which is like kind of a tongue twister. Like kind of hard to say. Go, get that, and then this is just gonna be... I'm just gonna grab it from something. Sure. There you go. So then this can just be 24 times progress. Which it doesn't like because this needs to be an int. Let's actually... Wait, how do I use this normally? Oh, I see, like that. So, yeah, so I'll basically do that, but not in here. So I'll come into here and then I'll do a public int get scaled and math helper heal. Progress percent times pick. Now this is always going to be 24, so I'm just going to say time. Keep it nice. Simple. So then all I actually have to do in here is call get progress scaled. There. Okay. Let's try it. We're not drawing the progress for the cryolite stuff though, but we will want to do that. Not yet. Come on, Minecraft. And what we'll have to do afterwards is we're going to have to do the slots for the buckets. But we'll get to that when necessary. Oh, it does not like that because, yes, I did forget to... I thought about it, and then I completely forgot that I needed to do it. But yes, I do need to do this. And then pass in here a property delegate, or we'll call it property delegate there too. We do need to do, yes. So one related problems will be here, and then this will just be this dot property delegate. Okay, and then we're just going to create that at the top. Go up to the top, and we'll create a private final property delegate. Property delegate is equal to a new, not that, property delegate. We're going to switch on index, and hopefully Copilot can do the rest. Yes, that's correct. And then default, we're actually going to... Not that. Come on, Copilot. I'll just do size. And same here. And that's 4. And then that should fix that. Nice. And that should be it. The rest is handled inside of Industria Screen Handler. So that should be fine. And hopefully this will work. I have a feeling the energy bar isn't going to draw horizontally. In fact, I know it's not because we didn't implement that, but we'll have to do that at some point. I'm not entirely sure that the gas bar is going to work either, at least in the way we expect it to. Obviously all the slots are still there, that's all fine. Oh, I cleared my inventory. Ah, well. So what we put in here is we need, first of all, cryolite. Okay. And then we also need a rod, carbon rod, which apparently I forgot to do the model for. Good to know. And then we're also going to need coal. And also, we're going to need... what's it called? Alumina. Okay. Let's grab a cable. I think it's in the top. Oh, I forgot to do... right. I forgot to do the actual providers. So that's not going to work. We do need to do those. So let's come down here. And let's create a public inventory storage. Get inventory provider direction side. And to do that, that needs to be get storage. And then basically do the other ones as well. Get energy provider, get heat provider. This is just a simple energy storage. No, it's just an energy. Okay, and then all I need to do is do those inside of the main class. We'll do. So up here. Okay. So item storage. Let's do this one first. Register for block entity. Electrolyser block entity. Get inventory provider. Electrolyser. Fluid storage. Energy storage. Item storage. Not item storage. Gas storage. And then heat storage. The only storage the electrolyzer doesn't have is the slurry storage, which is interesting. I do wonder if we're ever going to have anything that actually uses all of them. So item, fluid, energy, gas, heat, and slurry. Maybe at some point. That'd be interesting. Anyways, we need to restart again. And I think, by the way, after we are done with this, I'm considering maybe trying to finish off the oil pump jack, since I haven't actually finished that. It's going to be very complicated, which is kind of why I've been avoiding it, but I'd like to get that done. I mean, hopefully, I'm really hoping we can actually get this done today. Ideally now, and then we can move on. But I'm not sure that's going to happen quite so fluently. But yeah, the oil pump jack is going to be a lot of work. Like, it's easy, by far going to be the most complex machine we have. Possibly in the entire mod, I think, to be honest. So, okay. Interesting. So yeah, as suspected, this has obviously not worked. Because it's trying to, because I told it to basically draw from the top left, because I was trying to go like right. That's fine. We can fix that later on. Not too big of a deal. It's just rendering. I also don't know why it's green, to be honest. Yeah, that would be why. I don't know why it's put it in green. Does it need to be like that? Yeah, there you go. I don't know why it was green. So we put coal in here. We put carbon rod in there. That shouldn't have been able to go in there, by the way. Okay. Because I haven't added it to the rods tag, but well. Alumina goes in there, and then cryolite goes in there. Oh. It's doing something. So the immediate first thing I'm realizing is there's no fluid in here, and there should be. I don't know if that's because I'm not drawing fluid in there. I am, so I don't know why that's not working. That's kind of weird. Let's just put a breakpoint here real quick. I know it's a weird place to put a breakpoint, but it's going to make sense. So if I do this dot handler, I can then grab the block entity, and then I can look in the wrapped fluid storage. So I can see that, for example, storage here. We have the input fluid storage. It says it has 405. Maybe the X and Y are wrong or something. The width is 84, height is 32. Interesting. Let's continue. I mean, there's definitely nothing there. How weird. X is 58, Y is 81. I'm just going to check that in the GUI. That's correct. And then the width and height is 84 by 32. That's correct. What does this do? So it gets the fluid, it gets the amount, it gets the... Oh, wait, what's the capacity? Fluid amount is 405,000. The capacity is 405,000. So what is it doing? So the height is 32. So it's going to get the... Oh, there's no render handler. That's why there's no render handler. So what I need to do is I need to come into here, and I need to come into here, and I just need to register that in here. So this is going to be molten cryolite, and put that in there. And we're going to have to restart the game. That's why. That's why that's not working. So let's hopefully get this working. Now, obviously, molten cryolite doesn't have a texture at the moment, but I'm not too worried about that. And what we can do in this stream, if you guys want, is we can get that tiled in the GUI, because currently it doesn't do that. It would be fairly trivial to get that to work, so we could do that as well today. There you go, so you can see that's full. That's got a full 5 buckets. And it's processing. Now this is going to take a really long time to progress, so I'm going to do tick rate, and I'm just going to set it to 200, so 10 times faster. And in theory, kind of, yes, kind of. Okay. And this has lost durability. Okay. So, okay, first of all, I can see that it's not progressing again. It's just stopped, which is interesting. And I'm also realizing, yeah, this is clearly not correct. So I'm just going to look at like the Y and the width and height of these and have a look why it's doing. So it should be 148 by 30. Or it should, yeah, 148 and 30. Yeah, these are completely wrong. Oh, wait. Yeah, this one. That's not right. That should be 138 and 30. I don't know why. There you go. So now that's correct. That's in the right place. In terms of the gas, I'm noticing it hasn't added anything. But I'm wondering if possibly the gas storage is not working. So if we do this.gas tank, it reckons there is 9,000 carbon dioxide. Oh, you know what it is? I haven't registered a render handler. That's what it is. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to go gas render handler. And then I'm going to go gas render handler registry. Gas init. And I'll just do all of these. So I'll do oxygen. And all it wants, I think it's just a color. No, it's not. It's a color in here. Yes. So oxygen. So oxygen is like slightly blue. So I'm thinking what I'll do is I'll just go like EE EE FF, and then transparency. Honestly, FF is going to be way too much. So we'll go like 20. Maybe not 20 actually. Maybe like 80. And then hydrogen. I don't know what color hydrogen is typically. Isn't hydrogen like pretty much colorless? Yeah, I think so. But whatever, we'll stick with it. Carbon dioxide. No, so carbon dioxide I want to be like gray. Just because it's like obviously not necessarily a realistic color, but we're not aiming for realistic colors here. We're just aiming for something that we can actually see rather than anything else. I'm actually going to ask ChatGPT. What are you doing now? I am currently trying to get the gases to actually render in the UI, basically. Okay, so we'll have this be like DD. Isn't there built-in ChatGPT in the Copilot? There is, but it's not very good at like non-coding stuff. So that's why I'm not using. Like, if I ask it the same question, right? See? Sorry, but I can only assist with programming-related questions. So, kind of useless. Anyways, let's put that in here. Oh, and name Paolo dropped on the floor. I don't know why my eye really hurt. Huh? That's weird. Okay. So gas render handler in it, not in it. Okay, let's try again. Hopefully it will work this time. See. Don't need this. Okay, so it's up here. So it's gone the wrong way around. So this needs to be plus gas bar height. What is it doing? Oh, why is it over here? What? Wait, I'm so confused. What has it done? Carbon dioxide, it's there. It's like... Oh, what has it done? 111.11115. Interesting. Why is that not, truncating it? Shouldn't it be doing that? And why does this look so weird? I don't think this is rendering correctly. Oh, what is it doing? What? Okay, there's some weird things going on here. So, first of all, I want to know why it's rendering something up here. Like, what? So... Oh, that's why, because I'm not doing that. Okay, that hasn't helped, though, has it? So... What is it doing? Oh, I know why. Because I think it needs to actually be this.x plus. Like, I think it's x1 and x2. Yeah, it is. So this needs to be this.y, I think. Yeah, there you go. So now that draws correctly at the top like that. As for why the tooltips are doing this, it's because they're actually two separate tooltips. I don't know that there's a way to add a new line in the tooltip, so that's how I had to do it. There's probably a way to do it, but I don't know how, so... Anyways, the reason it's not running... I don't know why it's not running. Oops. Let's do that. Tick, rate, 20. Oh, no, tick, rate, 20. Let's go into the renderer. Not the renderer. What am I on about? In the block entity. Now, let's see. We're not reaching that. So it's saying it has a leftover. Am I correct? If I look at threads and threads and variable. So if I look in here, so the gas is empty and the fluid is empty. Got leftover fluid, this got leftover gas. So if it's not empty, or this is not empty. Okay, we are getting part. So currently recipe is null. We're going to find a recipe. Interesting. Get rid of this breakpoint. I append line. I will try that later. So get current recipe. We'll do get first match. I don't know what it's doing. Oh, this is digest. We're back to here. How are we back to there? What? How? Back to there? Excuse me? Okay, let's breakpoint the matches, but then get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay, here we are. So we're gonna get the fluid storage. So what is it saying about the fluid? So variant is molten fluid, yes, but what actually is it? It's molten cryolite. So that should be correct. So if we do input.test for recipe, the stack is alumina, that's fine. Do anode. So get stack and start. Code stacks, carbon. So then we'll do test for recipe, stack, test. And choose any oh, because of the component. It's because of the component. Yeah, because the damage isn't. Interesting. Okay, what I should create, that will call this one. Let's do this. Boolean match component. Right? What does this do? It does that. So then what I can do here is test for recipe stack through. And where is that used? Anyways, this should work, I think. So if we come into here, then I can do test for recipe false, which will basically just ignore the component. And then this does a check here. So basically, if the item is valid or the fluid is. We can get rid of that. Hopefully we can just get rid of that because this should just. That's the plan. Thing. And in theory, it should be processing. It is not. Okay. So I'm guessing that didn't work then. Oh. What? How are you here? What? Okay, is it what? Excuse me? Match components. True. Eh? What? Where are you running? Okay, this is the alloy furnace. Why is it? Okay, let's try this again. So, input, first of all, 61 aluminum. We're going to test for stacks. Let's try that. Oh, wait, components probably checks the count, doesn't it? So, entries is just alumina. We're going to check if the item matches. And so what did we have before? I'm just going to leave it as what we had before. And I'm actually going to change this to test for recipe, ignore, which is a very long method name, but it just means that I can do that. And then I can do that and that. And we'll reload the game. And we'll see if that works. Here we are. Oh, right. We probably not. Because it should just work now. If it doesn't, I'm going to cry. Okay, it does. Good. Very good. Yeah, and I mean, everything should work here. There's no reason why it won't work. We can actually even do tick rate 100, and we can watch it go a little bit faster. So we'll take 3 of these. Yep, it will put 2000 in there, and it will fill this up. It didn't fill that up though, for some reason. Why hasn't it added it in there? It's got stuck in here, I think. If I look at this, the leftover gas is 9,000. So if I look at the output gas storage dots, amount is 9,000. Variant that. Let's look at the capacity. 405. So this dot variant is stack dot variant, or this dot variant is blank, and stack dot amount less than or equal this dot capacity negative this dot amount. What? How weird. Wait, let me read that again. So this dot variant is equal to stack dot get variant. Or this variant is, that's fine. And then the stack's amount is less than the remaining space, which it will be. So why would that return? Oh, got leftover output gas, carbon dioxide 9,000. What's currently in there? Carbon dioxide 9,000. That doesn't make sense to me. The only thing I can assume is it's this equal there. Maybe they're not like that. I mean, I can actually see here, like this one, the leftover output gas here, the variant is 30468. And then this one is 30412. So that's probably why. Let me look at flurries, because this should this uses equal. Does that use equal in there in syncing flurries? It doesn't. What about this? So this is a record. I think I need to use equal. I need to do this. This dot variant equals stack dot variant. and a hot swap. There you go. So that's worked. But now it's not processing again. Now what's it done? It still has a leftover? It's not leftover. Oh, it has a leftover fluid. I see. What are you listening to right now? What I am listening to right now is Spotify would low. Kendrick Lamar, All the Stars. Very good song. Really recommend. Okay, I see the problem. So yeah, basically this is full. What do you mean you recommend that to me? You recommended that as stream music. I can't play that on stream. Ah, shit. I haven't done code for because it's not a multi-block. So basically there's no like it's not going to send it over to the neighboring block. Okay. Okay, what we can do... Well, we need to do the next thing. And that's to make it a multi-block. So this isn't what it's doing. I'll try and fix that. Tooltip is point of inbound, sister X, Y plus. Yeah, I think that just needs that. Yeah, there you go. That's correct. I'll try the things 7410 set. Well. Yeah, that does not work. That's why I didn't do that. And there's no way to like, yeah, there's no way to do that. At least as far as I'm aware. I mean, I don't know how, like, I mean, I could probably do, like, a list of tags, to be honest. That's probably how you're meant to do it, actually. If I just do a list of that, and then... very messy, but basically this. Okay, so that and then that. Like if I do that. You ever thought about what is conch? I know question is that wide. That is such a random question. And to answer it, no, not really. Why would I have done that? Not something I have ever considered thinking. I think I can get the gas handler something. Gas variant attribute. Gas variant attribute. There you go. Get handler. Yeah. And I can do get name. Yes, get name. That passes in the gas variant. Is dot gas tank dot variant. Oh, that actually does need. Unfortunate. So, are you done with your cables? Yes, the cables should, in theory, be done. I mean, there are some bugs which I will iron out possibly in the future, but for the most part, they are done. Which is good. Yeah, that's obviously not. I haven't registered the gas for actually. Just gas in it. Oxygen. Should it be? It should be gas. Dot. Right, like this, I think. What song's playing? Oh, Pig Step. What's next? That's in it. I think next is carbon dioxide. I don't know why I added methane. We don't have that yet, but we'll need it soon, shortly. I guess it might. I don't know why I tried to hot swap, because once again I will have to start for that one. Okay. I'm gonna fix the fluid tiling next, since I think we're basically done with that. And fluid tiling will be easy. and I'm kind of fed up with it. Green widget, fluid widget. So yeah, you can see I'm just drawing a stretch sprite, which is obviously not ideal. Now I think go in here. Oh, I'm sure there's a fluid tank renderer or fluid rendering. There it is, but this is in the world, right? I think so. I think this is like world rent rather than in the UI. Now I do have I doubt it's in screen use. Yeah, it's God, where would it be? Where would it be? Fluid. There. I can kind of use this. Kind of. Not really, actually. I can't. I'm going to use screen use anyway. And I'm going to say render tiled texture. And that's basically going to take in... I don't think I need the context. But maybe... So this takes in so I'm also going to take that in. So function of identifier to a render layer is called the render is. Okay. This is actually called for tile sprite. We're drawing a sprite specific. Okay. So we've got X, Y, width, height, color. Okay, so yep, you can't like get the width, can you? So we want basically the number that we can fit into it, and then we want to figure out the leftover as well. So we'll say int width equal we'll say sprite width. We know it's going to be 60, and sprite height is 60. That will just help us to figure that out. Xk f.seal width over right. Yeah, we don't want to seal it though. I think we want to floor it. So let's do f helper so we don't have to cast it. I think we want to floor it because we want to do the leftover. Yeah, and then we want the remainder in the room. Okay, then basically we just want a for loop. Yeah, I think so. Don't I have... I currently use draw sprite. We do want to use... Guessing... Draw sprite. Oh, wait, actually, is there a draw sprite tiled? I'm curious. No, unfortunately not. That would have been very nice, wouldn't it? But no, not that simple. So render layer. There we go. So what is this done? So it goes over X count and then it goes over Y count and it draws them. So that'll fill them in. Then it'll do the Y remainder. And then I think it just does the X remainder separately. And I think that's it. Oops. Okay. Paolo's gonna have to come off my mic because it's otherwise gonna keep falling. Okay, it is complaining because... Well, I don't know why it's... Let's take this. Let's get rid of that. Stop doing that. Oh my god. Can't just go back to not be an idiot or something, can you? Anyways, I think that's basically it. I think that's done it correct. Wait. That's right, it has just done the same thing twice, hasn't it? Ah, yes, but it's not doing the X count, so it's not actually the same. What's your all-time favorite mod? That is a good question. The thing is, I don't really play Minecraft. Well, I don't play Minecraft. I haven't in a long time. So I don't know. Like, I could go with something that is like the most useful, right? Like JEI. Or like Journey Map. Something like that. But like, I would say, honestly, my favorite mod is probably Immersive Engineering. Because I think that mod is just very cool. Not necessarily a good mod, but it's like, it's cool, and I like cool mods. So I haven't. I don't know if that's going to cause a problem or not. Does that work? I think so. Kind of. Yeah, I see what it's done. So with the leftover, it hasn't done that. I mean, what I can do... is I can do here, so it's got water, and then I can just see what exactly. I think it looks fine. Really hard to tell though. No, it's definitely squishing that right one. See. So what it needs to do is on the leftover, got the X, it's got the Y. The width though is the... No, not the width. The width is fine. The Y should be the Y remainder. Maybe it's this one. So the width here should be the X. Do I need this? Maybe I don't need that. Yeah, you see how that stretches it? Why is it doing that? So the X and Y should be fine. I'm wondering if it's because of the... No, the height should be fine. It's clearly being stretched on the X, right? So it's a problem with the X remainder. Let me get rid of this one. See what that does. That did nothing. That actually did a whole lot of nothing. Interesting. So, okay, X is equal X plus X count times sprite. That should be fine. This is Y. Y plus that times sprite height. X remained. But this is the width, right? It is. What if I do like 5? Yeah, I see what it's done. So because it's stretching, I see the problem. Because this method inherently it just stretches it rather than not stretch. If scaling... Wait, what the fuck is this code? If scaling is instance of stretch, then draw it like this. If it's not stretching, then stretch it. What is this code? What? Stupid. If it's not instance of stretch, then let's just stretch it. Right, of course. That makes so much sense. Well done, Mojang. Literally make. They're doing the same here. No, this one's correct. Oh look, draw sprite tiled. It does exist. It does exist. Draw sprite tile. Where can I use you? Can I use you, please? Okay, can I cheat, guys? I'm just gonna cheat. I'm gonna copy the AW. I'm gonna come in here. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna reload. That's not what I meant to do. I'm gonna reload. And all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use... Actually, we're gonna have to wait. Because reloading is gonna take a hot minute. Wait a minute. If I do contact or sprite tile, that doesn't now need the context. Okay, it then wants the render layers, the sprite. Let's just quickly decompile this. It should hit the caches. Hoping. That'd be very nice if you hit the caches. It will still take a second, but it should. Yeah, there you go. It's been cached. That's good. Okay, so what I wanted to know. I'll wait for height. I'm just wondering if I can use like Frostbite 9 spy. This might actually be what I'm looking. Use here. Your GUI text. I think I can probably use. Is that another one? You know what? All of the private methods in here, I'm just gonna make public. Which I know you're not really meant to do, but I might want to use some. So I don't care. I mean, actually, I'm probably not going to want any of the other ones, but like this one, I'm not. So the one I actually want then is draw sprite. Nice. Okay, and then we'll just reload Gradle again. Give it a second. Gonna have to pass in another. So it wants 2, and then it wants a 9. I don't really know what a 9 slice is. Width, height, border, stretch, inner. Find use. Places. It's never used? That's obviously... Oh, no, it doesn't have. What's your opinion on web dev? Web dev is fine. I don't have a strong opinion, to be honest. I think as long as I'm using TypeScript, it's not that bad of an experience. But yeah. That's that. Really? I'm gonna try and pass in a width and a height. I think it's just gonna be 16 by 16. 16. And then it wants a border. I don't know what this is. I think I'm a little bit out of my depth here. Left, top, right, bottom? You've lost me. I'm just gonna go back to what I had before and try and fix that. Okay, what was wrong with this? It doesn't need the context, right? But what else did it need? Oh, it wants a UV. Okay. UV width, height, texture width, texture. You're forced to use PHP. Ah, yeah, we had that. We had that. In second year, we had that. And then the crazy thing is, in friggin' third year, they were teaching us about React. Like, all of the lectures were about using React. And then we got to the assignment. I did it all in friggin' Next. And they said, oh, by the way, you can't use Node.js. Come on, man. You can't tell us all about friggin' React and whatever and then say, oh, never mind, you can't use that. Let's just hope I passed, but I don't know when on earth I get my thing back for that. But... So X, Y. So render layers sprite, X, Y, and then it wants the width and the height. Sprite width, sprite height. No, that's not gonna be. So first of all, it wants the UV. I think it's just... Oh god. Right. Do I not have a sprite? Oh, I do. This is meant to be... Right, I don't know why it's called. Get menu. Right, dot get min v. I had a class that started with raw HTML, then jQuery, then React. Yeah. Yeah, we started with just plain HTML CSS in our first year. And then second year they got us using PHP. Which was the worst experience of my life. And then third year they taught us React. Which I didn't go to any of the lectures. But well, I went to like one lecture. But it was a waste of time because I already know React. Just like I already knew HTML, CSS. I didn't know PHP though, and I honestly do not care. I could care less about PHP. It was the worst experience ever. So we want UV, tile width, tile height. Okay. So tile width, tile height. I've already got that. And then texture width and texture height. I can't get that from the sprites, can I? Well, I guess I could do, no, I can't do max U. Well, I think I can just do 60. I don't know if that's necessarily... Wait, how is this tile width and tile height? What? Oh, it's because of this. It wants an int as the UV? Ow. The entire point of UVs is that they're floats. Yeah, PHP's not good. I don't recommend it. Like, I don't know why you would ever use it. I really don't. Collected 13 arguments but found 11. What? Okay. X, Y. This is the UV. Then it's the sprite width and height. Then it's the tile width and height. Then it's the color. Is that not right? I've missed something, haven't I? XY. Width, height. Oh, what is width and height? I don't understand what the width and the height is. Okay, well, tile width and tile height. I don't think this is going to help me. I don't think Copilot's going to be able to figure it out either, is it? It might have. Although it's put 256 by 256 for text. Which is not gonna work. That is not gonna work. I promise you that will not work. I mean, I don't know, maybe if it can just... Maybe it can figure it out with this? Oops, don't do that. Yeah, see, the thing is, there's no way to get a sprite, a width and height from a sprite. Like, you can't do that. Because a sprite is like a thing on the atlas. So trying to do that is impossible. I think, honestly, we were closest with what we had before. The problem is... We go back. Even more. Okay, yeah, here, I think. In utils, render tile sprite, pass in the... Okay. So, what does this do? This calls draw textured quad. So, maybe I just need to use this. Maybe I just need to suck it up and just use draw textured quad. Rather than trying to draw the stretched one. Because I think drawing the stretched one is just never going to work. So, I think I'm going to do that. I'm just going to copy AW. Boom. Reload Gradle. Give it a minute. The index, and then this file will become invalidated. Or not. And then we'll just decompile with bone flour. Okay, so this. What does this do? Min U, min V, max U. Okay. So, oh, it uses, oh. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. So, what we need to do is when you say identifier atlas ID is right, tool texture dot get atlas ID. Let's rename this. Right, there we go. Okay. So that'll get the atlas ID. Let's get the int min u actually a min v max u max v. Okay. So let's close this. So let's do draw textured quad. Okay. And then that's going to take in the Atlas ID. Okay. I'm going to move this over to my other monitor so I can actually use it as a reference. So we start at the X1 and then it's the X2. So I'm gonna do there. Because then this, so let's do actually this. Int X1 is equal int X2 is plus sprite width. Yeah, so that's fine. Okay, so then this is X1, X2, Y1, Y2. And then this is menu, max, U. No. Yes, min. Yeah, and then min V, max V. And then the color. Okay. So. And then it will do that. And in theory, like that. Now, I don't think I'm going to be able to hot swap this. Yeah, that's going to crash the game because the method doesn't exist. So, we'll go ahead and restart. Hopefully this time with the method existing. Hopefully this will work. Now that we're using your textured quad, it can actually use the UVs correctly. I think probably the max U and the max V isn't gonna work. So we might have to adjust that. This should basically just give us exactly what we have, to be honest. You think it'll work 95.23%. Good to know, Wide. It will just give exactly what we had last time, in theory. Yeah, that's what I thought. And that's fine, because that's what I was hoping it would do. So now we just need to fix the UVs. So that's basically just changing the max U and the max V. So I think that should be pretty simple. So max U. Yeah, basically this. Isn't there I think I can use the function Basti was on about. No? Maybe not. Problem is that does use the width and the height. Well, hopefully I can just use... Ah, shit, that's not what Ooh. Yeah, see, this isn't actually going to help anyways. Like, it needs to be... This is fine, but, like, this part needs to be... Yeah, this is fine, actually. That doesn't change. It changes here. So, max U here needs to be sprite.get frame U I? No. Why is it done that? Copilot is on something sometime. So, God, this is something. Times remainder over sprite width. Yes, that's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. And max V. And then basically that needs to be the same here and here. Not quite. Look, this one didn't do anything, right? Yeah. Most of it, I think, is this one. Yeah. So, I think it's probably the Y remainder that's bugging out. Yeah, there you go. And on this one, this should be the X and the Y. That's fine. And then this one needs to be just the Y. Now, yeah, that should be fine, I think so. But yeah, you can see that's now tiled, which is how it should be. And that's going to be the same for all of it. Oh, not quite. Oh, this one hasn't worked. Why hasn't this one worked? I think it's because it's setting the max U and the max. So like max U is equals sprite.get max U, max V is equal to that. Okay, and then that needs to be that. That needs to be that, and that needs to be that. I think that will work. There you go. So that's now fixed that, and that should still be working in here. Perfect. Now let's make them not lava anymore. Let's go fluid with it, and let's just get rid of this and replace it with fluid. There you go. So that's water, that's sodium aluminate, and yeah, that's molten cryolite, and then this is molten aluminum. Aluminium, however you want to say it. Okay, fantastic. So that's pretty much all of that. What's next? Okay, well, we should be able to make a fluid come out the bottom now. Correct? No? Oh, right, yeah, because it still doesn't... Right. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. So what we need to do, then, I really want to fix this energy widget, but it's going to be a bit of a pain in the butt. I mean, I really kind of need to make that work with this one. Ooh, I don't want to do that, because that's going to be a real pain. So whilst we're at it, let's at least fix this so that this also uses a list. Okay, can it figure that out? Yeah. So let's just do draw tooltip. That, go to that. I'll just draw those like that, which is fine. Yeah, good. Okay. Let's try and make it so that we can draw it. Yeah, I do want to redo the rendering. I want to draw like bars like in most things, but that's kind of a pain. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cheat, guys. I'm going to cheat, and I'm going to do the bad thing. I'm going to ask Big Man Grok to add orientation to it. You might not even be able to do it. Big Man Grok. You know, Grok. It might not be able to do it. It genuinely might not be able to. I can do it myself because I did that in 30lib back in the day. But if it can do it for me, that'll just save me lots of time. Grok is generally very good at coding. It usually impresses me. So if it can do it. Okay, so usual stuff, update the builder, yeah. Okay. So I think this is gonna work, but it is kind of missing the part I was hoping it would do. Which is making it so you can go horizontal and then like reverse horizontal. But, I mean this, we'll try it. But obviously we will have to restart the game to actually work, but where's it added the E number? Okay. Up here? Ew. No thank you. That's disgusting. Why'd you put it there? I mean, shall we try it? But has it just added like a... It has. And what's it done? Okay, so it's defaulted to vertical. That's fine. That is actually what I wanted for sure. Should we try it? Let's do dot orientation, and let's do orientation dot horizontal. And just see what it does. We have to restart, of course, because it's added a new enum, new fields, new methods, whatever. But if it works, I will be impressed. But I also kind of did want it to go like reverse horizontal and reverse. Unfortunately not. And let me actually look at what it's done. I mean, in theory, by looking at what it's done, it will be fine or pretty easy to make it reverse. Yeah, I think so. I think it will be easy to do, but there might be famous last words. It usually is famous. Every time I say I think something will be easy, it never turns out to be easy. Okay, we're not gonna know if this worked, are we? Okay. It's worked. Nice. Let's just check it hasn't broken the normal one. So, it hasn't. Damn. Good shit, man. Okay, that's not meant to go in there. That's not meant to go in there. Okay. Yeah, and then that processes. Good, good. Yeah, we need to fix the Y positioning, but that's easy. That's just because this is... Yeah, so that needs to be 60. Not 16, it needs to be 17, apparently. There you go. I want it to be the same color as the other one. So I am gonna use this. There you go. I don't think this is actually consuming energy though, is it? It does need to do that. It very much does need to do that. So my plan was to kind of make it consume the energy per tick, like per progress. So if this dot, if energy, let's do this actually. So if energy storage dot amount is greater than or equal to recipe dot energy cost, then it will decrease the amount. And then it will do that. Otherwise, we're just not going to progress. So I don't want it to reset the progress. I just don't want it to continue progressing, basically. So we should be able to see that, because it's going to... Yeah, you'll see it's basically not going to receive enough energy. But it is still going to progress. We should still see... Give it a second. Okay, so you can see it has now run out of energy. Because basically this isn't producing enough to keep up. I mean, this is only producing 100 per tick. Obviously, not enough. 98. Right. I mean, really, this needs to be producing like 1,000 or more to be viable. I mean, that's going to be producing a lot, but still probably not really enough. That's pretty good. That's a good one, actually. Are you going to make this machine a multi-block? Yes, that is the plan. Yeah, you can see it actually did increase. So obviously, this is going to consume a lot of energy. But I think that's fine. That's how it should be. Electrolysis does consume a lot of energy. So it's basically about 1,000 per tick. Which isn't actually that much. Like, obviously for wind turbines, like that's a lot. But when we get into future things like maybe nuclear, it might be a lot more. Or a lot less, I mean. Yeah, that'll do. Obviously, with that many wind turbines, it is producing a more reasonable number. Also, yes, by the way, guys, I am fully aware that the texture of the fluid is terrible. I did not make it, okay? I got it from some texture repo that had free texture. So, yes, I'm fully aware it's terrible. It will not be permanent. Failing? Okay, bro. The fluid textures are not good. Like, the crude oil, too, is terrible. Well, the crude oil's not that bad, but it doesn't, like, look good, I wouldn't say. I don't know what's wrong. Why is this going to make me go so fast? Oh, also, by the way, this stuff should burn stuff, in theory. I haven't tested that. It should. Maybe not. Do I have fire ticking on? What's the fire tick? This. No? It should work. I'll come back to that in the future. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of why this mod is not going into alpha or beta anytime soon, because there's loads of little bugs like this. It's just like I can't move in this fluid either, because I haven't added that. And like this, it gives heart particle, right? This one, it gives missing texture particle. This one moves you way too fast. The textures are atrocious, you know? There's so many reasons why this is not going to go into alpha or beta anytime soon. I mean, maybe... I don't really want to give a time frame, but like, possibly like end of summer, there might be an alpha or beta. Well, it would be an alpha, not a beta. Be an alpha. But like, I don't see anything coming until then. And even that, it will not be a perfect version. Even if I do release then, it's gonna still be buggy as hell. But that's kind of the point of going into alpha, right? You get those bug testing and stuff. This takes so long. It takes like twice as long because it's not generating enough energy. If it was generating like 1,000 per tick, right? Then it's gonna go at like normal speed, but since it's not able to do that, I mean, I might as well just fill all these in, because it's not like gonna generate less energy, right? Just not quite as good energy per se. Like if I do that, even that's not quite generating enough per tick to make that progress. Because generating 1,000 per tick is crazy. Bearing in mind it's also powering all of this as well. Actually, it's probably not. Yeah, it's probably not actually. But, you know. Yeah, because these are actually connected up by that wind turbine. Well, where actually is all this energy going then? I mean, there's a lot in the cable. But oh, you know why? Because it's not like if I do, yeah, because this can't actually accept that much energy. That's why. Like if I go, the max input is 1,000. It should really be like 10,000 maybe. And honestly, this should have more energy storage generally, right? It should be like 10 million or something. I don't know. And then it should like have a max input of like 100k. And obviously I'm not going to be able to hot swap that, right? The best I could do is just remove it, place it back down. And then, I mean, yeah, you'll see that kind of does this thing. And that's filling up to 10 million quite fast, right? But the thing is, if I put this in there, put this in there, right? Put, this in there, this in there. Look how fast that's going to go down. Because it uses that much energy. And it's still progressing, like, not fast at all. But yeah, the limit here actually is on this cable. Because the cable can only insert, I think, 1,000. Which isn't like a technical limitation, that's just what I set it to. So I should probably improve the cables, to be honest, to make them a little bit more viable. Because otherwise here you could only input 1,000, even though the max input is 100,000, which isn't ideal. But anyways, yeah, I mean, this works, right? I'm considering this working. Should we make it a multi-block? The problem with that is we do need a model. And we also need to decide how big it's going to be. So, in real life, electrolyzers are pretty massive. Like, they're like big battery-shaped things. Kind of. Single block, it literally cannot be a single block. Like, that's not even possible. Because if you look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9. There isn't 9 sides. So that would actually be impossible. So it can't even be a single block, even if I wanted it to be. So it has to be a multi-block. I don't want to make it too big because it doesn't need to be too. Like, you're not going to be able to see anything. It's going to be a relatively ugly thing, to be honest. By one. If it was going to be that kind of size, it would actually really need to be like 1 by 1 by 2. I assume you mean 2 in the Z, not the Y, right? That would actually be fine if it was that. But I think it should be bigger than that. I think it should be 1. No, it should be. I think it should be 3 by 3 by 4. Or wait. Yeah, 3 by 3 by 4. I think. because that would be like, I'm trying to envision a 3x3x4 thing. I mean, I would say like 2x2x4 or 2x2x3, I mean, but then, well, actually, that wouldn't be terrible. It'd be 2x2x3. Let's go block bunch real quick. We'll go modded end. So fabric 1.7 plus, and this is going to be the electrolyser. So if we go 32. Right, and then we go, it is 16 that way. No, it needs to be, if I do 16, 32, so that's 2x2. Is that center? Is that centered? Why does that not look centered? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I knew that wasn't centered. Something looked weird. And I was like, why was it like that? Why is that not centered though? Oh, because it needs to go like that? Wait, what did I just do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you go, that's centered. Then we do the same on this axis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That means it has to be 8 in there. Okay, so that's centered. But what I actually wanted was to go... how do I actually want this? No, I actually want it the other way. So I actually want it to go like... And by 30. That's kind of the shape I was looking. Now, is that going to cause a problem, though? I think it will, yes. So, what it really needs is... This needs to go like this. And we have this be the center block here. Right, this is like the controller block. Now, I don't really know how to make this look any better, to be... Like, I don't know. I think for now this is fine. Once again, it's like... In the future, I can always come back and change these models. That's not going to do any harm to anyone. Because the other thing is I don't want to spend all these streams modeling. I'm not very good at it, and it's very boring. So, and not that important. So let's just create a texture. There we go. Make it transparent and show a water tank with electric rods. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it doesn't really make sense, but like, maybe. That might be what I... And the reason that doesn't make sense is because the walls The entire point is that the walls are made of the cathode. So the walls would be made of carbon. So you couldn't have glass. you would just see carbon. Well, I don't know what it actually is. I assume like coke or something, but you wouldn't actually see anything. I don't know. Maybe I could do that, but like it doesn't really make sense. But then like it doesn't really make sense for the other ones either, like the crystallizer. It makes sense for the mixer. Not that you would actually have that, but like there's no reason you couldn't vary other than temperature and pressure and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I could probably do that. It just means modeling a lot in the inside, right? Fairly complex in there. I don't know. For now, I'm fine with leaving it like this, but I'll probably come back to it at some point. Create a proper renderer for it and stuff. So I will save the texture, Electrolyser. Both. So Electrolyser model. And then source, client, Java, dev, 30 Industria, model. Okay, and then the voxel shape. Trying to think for the voxel shape. I think it's fine to just do it like this. I think that will be okay. I'm just trying to think of like offsets because it's offsetted like this, not like centered on the middle, you know. But I think it's fine because this is going to be like the center block. I think it will be fine. So here's the voxel shape. It just needs to be a cuboid. I don't need the union. So let's close this, even though we are about to come back to it because a multi-block. But for now, we're going to go into here, and we're just going to do the voxel shape. Okay. So we are going to have rotation for this. So okay, we're going to have a few things. Well, no, we're just going to have the rotation. So we're just going to have as horizontal facing, and then this is just going to be use rotated shapes of voxel. Then we're going to want a multi-block properties, and we're going to say multi-block type init dot electrolyzer, and then we just build that. Okay, then we're going to come in here. Hopefully, not quite. We tried. So this is going to be electrolyzer entity is equal electrolyzer. And what's the size? So the size is going to be 2 by 2 by 3. So what's that going to be? That's going to be 2 by 2 is 4 times 3, 12, -1, 11. So electrolyzer block dot voxel shape, is that private? I'm guessing. This needs to be public. So if it's an instance of that, then we just call break multi-block and then we drop the content. Okay, that's fine. We just obviously need to implement multi-blockable, but that's perfectly reasonable. Okay, so let's do that. So block entity. Hopefully this shouldn't be too complicated. The thing I'll do first of all, actually, do that. Is just create a private final list of block pause multi-block position array list. Then we don't have to worry about that. So, multi-blockable. Done. Implement methods. We are going to want get ports, correct. Okay, so multi-block type will just be multi-block type init dot electrolyze. Find positions. We'll come back to that. Multi-block positions. This dot multi-block position. And then get ports. We'll come back to that as well. Okay, so let's do find position. I'm going to copy the mixer. It's going to find the method. Find position. Okay, here we go. So if this dot world is equal null, then we're just going to return an empty list. Okay, then we're going to get a list of block pos positions is equal to new array list, and another list of block pos valid X, Y, Z, and then 2, 2, 3. So we're going to want for I. This will be the X. So X will be -1. Wait, I'm trying to think. This is actually... No, this is actually 3 by 2 by 2. Because X is like that way, right? Z is like that way. So it's actually 3 on the X. Not that that makes too much of a difference, but it's just worth noting. So I'll fix that in the in here. I'm just going to fix the comment. Otherwise that will throw me off at some point. I promise you. So -1 to 1. Oh no, -1 to 2, or well, less than or equal to 1, really. And then we want another for I, which is going to be the Z. So Z is going to be 0, and then Z is also going to be... Wait, how is it going to... No, Z is actually going to be -1 to 0. Wait. Less than... That needs to be less than or equal. Okay, and then the I is going to be for Y is equal 0. Y is less than or equal to... Okay, if X equals 0, Y, Z is 0, Y is 0, then we just skip it. Because that means it's the current block, right? So then we're going to get the block pos. Pos is equal. Add that. If this dot world dot get block state at pos is replaceable. Position add pos else invalid position add. It's also probably worth checking at some point in the future if it's like out of the world bounds or that kind of thing, whether the chunk's loaded and all that, but these are fine for now. So return invalid positions is empty, then I'm going to return positions, or I'm just going to return list.of, because if it's an empty list, then it's not going to be the right number of positions. I can technically just return positions, but like if there's more, like if there's invalid positions, but yeah, I don't know how that would happen, but Worth just. Okay, get ports. So this is going to be a bit of a mess, as it usually has been in this video. One of. So I'm going to say a map of direction to a list of transfer types. The transfer types. This, I think, is an enum map. Is that correct? Direction class. So, where do I want them to be? Right, where do I want the ports to be? So I want ports at the end. But it needs to account for rotation, right? If the block is rotated, I know where the ends are. So what I can do is I can say direction left is equal get cached state dot get properties, not that one, dot horizontal facing dot rotate y counterclockwise. That will give me the left, and then I can do basically the same for the right. So actually for the right I can just do left dot rotate, not clockwise. I can do get opposite. Okay. So then what I can do, so for the left, I want that to be like input. Now I'm thinking, because I don't want you to necessarily be able to automate putting in the anodes and codes. I don't think that's a good idea. What do you guys think? Do you think you should be able to do that? Like, should you be able to automate putting in an anode or a cathode? I mean, the thing about automating the cathode is you wouldn't actually be able to take it out. Like, you can't automate taking it out. You can only automate... You'd only be able to automate putting it in anyways. Wait, actually, is that correct? Wrong class or... We haven't even done, like, heat and stuff yet. But... Am I correct in saying that? Yes, because it's an insert-only inventory. I mean, I could make it not an insert-only inventory, but I don't think that's necessarily a good idea. What do you guys think? Should you be able to use, for example, a hopper to put in cathode or an anode? I think it makes sense for the anode. But since the cathode you can't, like, take it out anyways. Like, you wouldn't be able to automate taking it out. So only. But the anode degrades, so... Okay. So every time the anode gets destroyed, you're going to have to put a new one in manually. So that would be every 50 processes. I mean, that's not too bad, to be fair. And that's only with this recipe. There might be other recipes where the cathode, where the anode is stronger, or like doesn't. But I mean, it's always going to lose durability. Different number. Or have more durability. Maybe make it have to be put in maintenance. Can... That's probably a good idea, to be honest. That's actually a very good idea. Like, have machines have like maintenance modes that let you take stuff out of certain things. That's actually a very good idea. I might do that. I'm going to put that down as a to-do, because otherwise I will forget that. Actually, I'm not going to put it in here, though, because I want that to be more like a... Because I think that could be useful for other things, too. Not necessarily just that. So... I'm just going to put it in here. Machine that you that or well, really just insert or extract or to let you replace certain component. That's probably going to involve overhauling a lot of things, but it's probably worth it because I think that's a pretty good idea. And that will allow for some pretty powerful things. Okay, so the next thing to do then is, how am I going to do? Well, what I could do is I could say offset from primary dot multiply left. Is that right? Okay, IntelliJ's died again. Oh my god, this is actually like really hard to work with. I'm so glad that I'm going back to Eclipse. My license runs out, man. I never had these problems. To be fair, I never used to have this problem in IntelliJ. Like, I don't know what they've done to break it. Yeah, I'm going back to Eclipse once my license for IntelliJ Ultima runs out. But I'm still going to use IntelliJ for tutorials and stuff. Just because I think it does... Well, I think most people prefer IntelliJ. And I think it looks nice. Like, I will admit, IntelliJ looks nicer than Eclipse. But, yeah. I think, I'll stick with IntelliJ for tutorials, but for my own stuff, I see no problem with using Eclipse. So I do hate how you have to have, like, all the dot projects. Like, I don't know what IntelliJ's been doing, but they've been breaking stuff. Like, things are really breaking. Like, even that, did you see that? Right, I typed get vector. Look how long that takes to syntax highlight. That's a solid, like, second. It never used to take that. It used to be instant. Like, I don't know what they've done. In Eclipse, that's instant. In older versions of IntelliJ, that used to be instant. But, I don't know. Also, multiply I don't think is actually what I want. I want at. Wait, this doesn't make sense. What do I want to do here? Oh, right. If offset... Right, what am I doing? Oh my god. If offset from primary equals left dot get vector. Right, so that means that if it's on the left... wait, no. No, because that's not going to work, because I want it to know, like... How do I do this? Am I being dumb? I'm probably being dumb. Like, okay, let me show what I mean. Right, so this is the block, right? So, let's say I want inputs to be on this green side right here, right? So, you would go, right, like, okay, if x is -1, then it's here, right? Fine. But the thing is, if it's rotated, right? So, if it is there, that's fine. Okay. If I do... This isn't actually quite right, but you're going to get what I mean. So then I can say... Now I can't anymore say if x is -1, because x -1 would be here. I need to now check if z is -1, right? Because this would be z is -1. And then if I do it again... This time, I need to know if x is 1. So... How would I do that? See, what I can't do is I can't just check if x and z are the same, because if you look at this, right? So I can't just check if x and z are the same, because the z here could be 0 or 1, or -1. Okay. Also, wait, have I done this wrong? This might be the wrong way around. Like, this might meant... Is this meant to be over here? Wait, no. Is that right? I'm not sure, actually. This might be the wrong way around. Anyways, so I can't just check if z and x are going to be the same, because otherwise that would only allow for this position right here, whereas I want this position, this position, this position. I'm going to ask Copilot. Copilot's not going to have any idea, but we're going to give it a go. So what I want to do is I want to just chat this for a specific method and say, how would I check if the offset from primary is to the left? Has to work with rotation. It should use the left direction variable. I think I've probably overcomplicated it, but we'll try. Copilot prefers very simple instruction. I think doing this isn't gonna... Yep. Really? Really? That's not right. Wow. Wow. That's okay. It's not that well. Can I even get the message I used to talk to it? No, don't do that. What the hell? Try retrying. Oh my god, that's even worse. What about like let's try Claude. Version dot get x times left dot get offset x plus c is greater than 0. The solution creates a dot. You see, I don't know what a dot product is. But it sounds probably correct. I'm gonna do a bit of Google. I remember doing them before in when I was making a game engine with a lightweight Java game library. I had to use the dot products for something, but I don't remember what it did. Okay, Google is not helping. Anyways, this I guess maybe works. So between the offset coordinates and the left direction offsets, it will determine that the in the left direction. If the result is positive, it means that the position is the direction of the left vector. I see. Can you do the same for the right direction? Okay. Okay. So, this is actually not going to work. Wait, no, this will work, won't it? I'm trying to think. So I want to say if it's the left, then we're going to add a few things. So we're going to have item input. Let's do this actually. Let's do var this occurrence types. We're going to add item. We're going to add fluid, and we're going to add just item and fluid actually. Yeah. And I want to say and direction is equal. I think direction should be right. I'm not sure though, actually. Let me check the mixer. What did I do? Okay, no, direction should actually be left. So then it adds item and fluid. I can actually just use add all, can't I? I cannot do that because add all doesn't take in a var args, unfortunately. Okay, so that will be fine for that. This then needs to be and direction is equal right. Now this isn't going to output an item, this is going to output a fluid. And if I do this, it's also going to output a gas. And actually this one is also going to have energy. And I guess also heat, but like... yeah. Now, I don't have a gas transfer type, but I do need to do that. Speaking of, we do also need gas pipes. I forgot about that. But we'll come back to that because that's going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt. So this is going to be a storage of a gas. Oh god, gas variant. Oh my god, gas variant. And this is going to be a gas variant. And then this is going to be a long. And that'll be equal to a new transfer type. And then hopefully Copilot can figure out the rest. Maybe? Don't know why it's done that. Don't do that. Decided item storage insert extract find first variant or else blank max value seal is blank supports and instructions. Yep, that's fine. That's fine. I also need to make it so fluids can't handle molten fluids, but we'll come back to that later. That's not too important. Okay, then I want to say if offset from primary dot get y is equal 1 and direction is equal direction dot up, then we're going to allow input for item. So we're going to say transfer types dot compute if absent and add item. Then we're going to return multi-blockable dot to IO port map transfer type. Okay. Hopefully this should work. I actually kind of want like the center band bit, so I don't really know how to do. Worry about that. Okay. And actually, I don't know if maybe... yeah, it's not going to be out for me. Okay, we tried. Okay, so in theory, that should be it. So now we just need to do the model. Let's come into here, Electrolyser model. So let's get rid of the entity part. Let's fix the package declaration. Okay, we're going to super off of render type or render layers. Oh no, render layer. Get entity cutout and also root. Does that need to be... oh, it needs to be the other way around. I'm surprised it didn't ask me to permutate the arguments, but oh well. Okay, there we go. Let's just clean that up a little bit. I'm gonna just remove the field because we don't need to do. Okay, let's have a identifier. Texture location is equal industria.id. Textures, block, electrolyte. Perfect. Then we want the what am I looking for, chat? I'm looking for the entity model layer. That's it. Layer location is equal to entity model layer. Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, that should be that. Then we just need to go into here. Entity model layer registry. Yep, perfect. Fantastic. Then we need to go into the renderer. Let's create the model in here. So private final electrolyzer model. Okay, this dot model is equal that. And then all we need to do, this dot model dot render matrices, vertex consumers. What else does it want? Int. So that's probably int light and int overlay. Light overlay. And this needs to be vertex consumers dot get buffer. This dot model dot get layer electrolyzer model dot texture location. Okay. That should be it. Let's just check that we're registering the block entity of renderer. Yeah, I could never stream this long. Why not? You literally stream for like 14 hours. You definitely can. I mean, I could stream for much longer, probably. Not today, but I think I could. I would probably be fine with a 24-hour stream, to be honest. You used to stream to... No, I did not, Wide. You know, I literally used to stream for like 6 hours. You know that, right? Look, I can even show you. I used to stream for longer than I do now. Like, a lot longer. If I go... Look, I'll show you. No, 4 hours 30. 5 hours 46. 5 hours 31. 4 hours 12. 3 hours, so that one was a little bit shorter. 5 hours 14. 4.5. 4. And then, yeah, I started to go down slightly. 5.5. 4, 4, 4.5. 3, 4, 3.5, 3.5, 3, 3.5. Yeah, and then from there I started to do shorter streams, yeah. But still, always, well, almost always over 2 hours. I mean, here I couldn't do longer than that because of my head, but I mean, that would probably be the only thing that would actually stop me from doing a 24-hour at the moment. Yes. I did 5.5 here, apparently. A month ago. I didn't remember doing that, but apparently I did that. Yeah, I mean, the only reason I didn't do longer streams, where is it? Like here? Like here to here was purely... Wait, no, that can't be right. That's 3 months ago. Okay, maybe not these two. It must have been like these ones. But the reason is because I would get really bad headaches towards the end. And that's only hour 42. But to be fair, I also used to do this. I used to have my light pointed directly at my face, which I do not do anymore. It's now pointed at my... I shouldn't have done that because that's already made me a little bit lightheaded. Oh dear. But yeah, that's why why I didn't stream for it then. How old are you? No, I'm not 23. I am 21. I did 4 hours then, apparently. What do you mean that's so old? 21 is not old, Wide. Like, 21 is literally the opposite of old. Don't people call 21 like prime? 21 is like prime time. Anyways, let's run it. That's okay. Okay, bro. Okay, if you say so. I'm not taking these unk allegations. Taking them. I think this should work, but we'll see. I can do my debugging thing, and that will show me where all the inputs and stuff are. In theory, if a dot product does what Claude said it, then this will work. But that's the only reason that this isn't going to work, is if Claude is wrong and either failed to do a dot product or doesn't know dot product. Or a dot product is simply just not the right thing. I don't know. Because I don't know what a dot product. Right, let's put that over here so you don't have to see duplicate thing. Okay, so this is obviously not going to work because... Oh. I was a little bit confused what happened there. That was a bit weird. Yeah, because I need to place it back down. So I need to go Electrolyser. Oh. Oh, it's still invisible. So it must not be rendering, my guess. Oh. Kind of. So this one's right. Okay, let's go F3 and B. Oh dear. That might be because I added gas and I probably didn't add it to the switch statement. Yeah. Else if it's gas. No. What are you doing? So gas, I kind of want like a green, I guess. Let's find a green. I don't know why, but green makes me think of gas, so that's what I'm gonna go with. I So 58 over 255. And then 159 over 255. And then 2 over 255. I've been making videos for a while, yeah. Not on this channel, though. This channel is relatively new. I say relatively new. It's not that new. Yeah, it's like six years, I think. I can check, actually. On this channel since 15. That sounds about right. Yeah, oldest one is 6 years. But though, that might not be right. 1 second. Because that's just my public videos. If I go... It's going to take me a while to find the other ones, because I have 405 videos. And you can only go 50 at a time, and then you have to go down and skip and thing. Okay, so the oldest video on this channel, it's private, but the oldest video on this channel is August 17th, 2017. So about, well, just under 8 years ago. So like, yeah, so like 6.5 years ago. So it's 7.5 years. Oh my god, I cannot do. But that's not, this isn't my first channel. So let's see. I'm trying to see if I can go to the one before it and see when that was created or not. I go, never mind, because I actually deleted the channel, like completely deleted it. Yeah, I deleted the old channel, but I don't know, that was like I was probably about 8 when I started that one. And I uploaded pretty frequently on that one too. So I don't know, how old was I then? Well, no, how many years ago, I mean, was that? That was like 10, 13 years ago or something. I don't know. Something like that. Anyways, why is this doing this? Oh, yes. Yeah, this is fine, right? I wish I could switch on it, but it's not an enum. I can't do that. Kind of annoying. Oh, anyway, this is work. This is so me. Oh, things. But to be clear, I haven't been modding for that long. Like, I only started modding. Well, yeah, I started modding 6 years ago. I obviously didn't start 13 years ago because Minecraft moment, you know, didn't exist back then. Did it exist 13 years ago? Maybe, but I don't think I started playing back then. I started playing on, I think it was TU16, if I'm correct. Which one's TU16? Maybe not TU16, actually. I might have started on TU32. No. I don't know. I started whichever update added freaking melons. It's a really random thing to point out, but yeah. First update I started on was the one that added melons. It added melons and pumpkins, and I think it added the wither actually. Now that I think about it, maybe, I don't know, something like that. What was your first successful mod? I do not have any successful mods. Oh my god. This is one hell of a mess, huh? I mean, actually, well, I technically have a successful mod. Well, I don't know. It depends what you consider successful, right? Like, if I go to my... Can I show all this? Yeah, I think so. If I go to my curse wall. These are obviously not successful. This one's actually way more successful than I ever thought it would be, which is funny. This... The fact that this has 1.5k downloads is crazy, by the way. What about peas? Anyways, this got 42k, but like that's not. I wouldn't really say that's success. This has got 3.4k. Oh. A mod which no one has any idea what it means. But yeah, like Slippery mod is the first like successful. And that's only because it was in Fundy's video. Otherwise it wouldn't have been. It is also technically a hack, but CurseForge hasn't realized that, so they've left it there. But we ignore that. Oh, look at this AI image art. Look at this. Don't know what this is. I assume it's a mod pack. Oh my god, this is so AI generated. You remember watching this? Yeah, I made the mod for both of them. The one with Wilbur and the one without Wilbur. Like, you can even go to 160. I don't know why I didn't just timestamp it. Whatever. You can go to 126. Like, I can show you. Okay, stop. Okay, apparently it's a 126. That might be a lie. Wait, I'll go frame by frame. Because it's only up for like a frame. Oh my god. Is it not at 126? Have I been lied to? Oh, there it is. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and I got kind of mad at him for it, because... But yeah. It was a whole thing. And I think he... Oh, he unlinked it? He used to have it in the description. Maybe it's in this one, actually. Oh, look at this. Greater, 30-wordy. I didn't know he had that in the description. Wow. That's pretty cool. I mean, realistically, no one's going to click it, right? But, you know. Like, I wonder if anyone... Like, if there's a single person that's watched this video, seen this in the description, come to my channel and subscribe. I'm so curious if there's a single person. There must be someone, right? 8.6 million. I'd love to know, but it's also impossible to know. So. Anyways, I've broken this. Like, holy moly. Is there a way to check analytics for people coming from other YouTube? I believe not, no. See what it's done. What is this doing? Oh, right, because there's a hitbox there, I think. I mean, I think this has worked though, right? So like gases are on this end. You can see gases and fluids are here. You can see here there is... I don't know what's here. It should be... Oh yeah, that's going to be items. That's correct. Is that correct? Yeah, that's correct. Wait. Oh yeah. I see. So that's correct. And then here you have items, energy, and heat. And fluid? Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. How did you implement the multi-blocks? Is it just one entity or how? So basically it's one block entity and then the rest are like invisible blocks basically. That's pretty much how it works. I mean, I don't think I'm fortunate. I think unfortunately I'm not going to have time to fit. Oh my god, this is so broken. Oh yeah, this one's broken. I think if you don't break the controller, this one is not particularly working. But yeah, that's basically how it works. It's pretty simple, at least in kind of concept, pretty simple. But it's a pain in the butt to implement and get working with like everything. Does Minecraft support hitboxes larger than one block? Kind of. Yeah, like kind of. Like if I just had the hitbox on the controller, it wouldn't work. So I actually have each of these blocks delegating their hitbox. So they all have the hitbox of this whole thing. That way that no matter which block you actually try and collide with it knows that there's a thing there. It's a little bit complicated, but it works, which is the important thing. Also really got to add custom particles at some point, don't I? But anyways, I don't really have time to fix that right now because that's going to be a pain in the butt to fix. I think probably I'm going to have to change the model in Blockbench to make that work. I think what I had originally is probably going to fix that. So yeah, that's going to be it for this stream. I will be streaming again tomorrow. Probably the same time, I think. I mean, I was thinking about possibly streaming during the day tomorrow. I don't know if that's a good idea. I probably... So yeah, the thing that I always forget to do is, if you're not already in the Discord, you should join the Discord. Link is in the description. And yeah, I will see you in the next stream. Goodbye.